shackles of samsara. So with that hope and prayer and wish in mind, as I now make this invitation out to all those beings in 10,000 world systems, wherever they may be, in whatever capacity they may wish to join and listen to this sermon, take part, get involved in this meritorious act, may they do so. May they be able to rejoice in those merits, and may they be able to attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana. So as I now make this invitation, I invite you all to extend that invitation in your hearts and in your minds to join us, to rejoice in these merits and attain the bliss of Nibbana. Samanta Chakravalesu Atra Gachantu Devata Sadhamang Munirajasansa Sunantu Sagga Mokkadang Dhamma Savana Kalo Ayang Bhadanta Dhamma Savana Kalo Ayang Bhadanta Dhamma Savana Kalo Ayang Bhadanta. And finally, before we commence today's activities, let us all take a moment to reflect on the fact that our lives have changed beyond our imaginations, and that is because the Dhamma has touched our lives. Reflect for a moment about who you were before you had the gift of Dhamma. If this is who you were in this life, then consider how and what you may have been, how you may have conducted yourself in this infinitely long journey in samsara without the association of noble and moral ones, where virtually all our associations have been with ignoble, immoral people, defiling our minds with raga, dvesha, moha, desire, aversion, delusion, and having been blinded with avidya and tanha, ignorance and attachment. Innumerable will be the times where we will have offended, abused, slandered and desecrated the noble ones, the Samma Sambuddhas, the Pacceka Buddhas, Arahata Buddhas, Anagami, Sakrudagami, Sotapannas, be they on the path of having attained the fruits, as well as the Buddha's ministry, the Sambuddha Shasana. So before we commence today's session, let us take a moment to humbly, with humility in our hearts and in our minds, seek forgiveness from all those noble ones who we may have either through word, action or thought offended, knowingly or unknowingly. And finally, let us all make a firm resolve that may through the course of today's session you be able to fulfill those gaps that remain unfulfilled in your understanding, in your comprehension, which have thus far kept you from attaining the noble state of Sotapanna, and therefore to close the gates of the four hells once and for all. And for those among you who have already attained the state of Sotapanna, may through the course of this sermon you be able to fulfill those gaps and fulfill the subsequent stages and attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana. With that resolve in mind, I invite you all to prepare yourselves to listen to this sermon. Okay. Why are these cushions empty? Are you afraid of me? I don't bite, I promise. Can the Anagarikas and our Venerable Thero at the back please come to the front? so we can be an example to the others who are fearless. Great. Long week? Busy? Don't worry. You can catch up on your sleep today. So if you've had little sleep through the course of the week, then we'll help you today. You can catch up. Yeah? So don't despair. Either way, you can walk away today happy and content. Either because you have managed to stay awake, or because you've been able to catch up on your sleep. Either way, you will walk away happy, and that is our goal. So I want to welcome you all to heaven. Welcome to heaven. Why do I call this heaven? Monkhood to me is heaven. And there may be those among you who are considering that way of life. For those of you who've been following the teaching of the Buddha through discourses that we've been giving, either myself, Guru Swami Mahanse, or the other monks at the monastery, you should know by now that the best you can get, even if you go to the most blissful heavens, is material gain. You can't find mental satisfaction, you can't find mental contentment and mental bliss anywhere except in the Buddha's teaching. Because everywhere else, whatever enterprise you're in, whatever activities you engage in, even if you go into the heavens, the best you can get is material pleasures. So, of course, in the human world, you have to work hard, right? You're all hard-working people, are you not? Yes. You all work hard. You all work very hard. You work very hard to bring material things to you. So that includes food, shelter, clothing, start a family, have kids, build a nice place to live in, get yourself a vehicle, some kind of car, earn more money, acquire wealth, right? All of these are material things. Even if you went to a 5-star, or I don't know how many stars they have these days, Michelin-starred restaurants, what's the best you can find these days out there? 10-star? I don't know. 7? Thank you. I wouldn't know. But of course you come and give alms to us, and to me that is 10 stars. Even if it's just pol sambol and rice, that is 10 stars to me. Because whatever material gains that you have managed to acquire, and you are engaged in acquiring, folks, you have to work hard for that. And this is why people have to work hard. Some people work hard so that they can enjoy an easy retirement. Some people work hard to send their children to good schools. Some people work hard so that they can keep their spouses happy. Build a nice place, right? So when you go to the heavens, all of these things, they appear in front of you, and all you have to do is wish for it. That is the nature of the rewards you get when you have done good deeds. So this is the time when the results of your good deeds are maturing. So as a human being, you may have helped other people. You may have helped the elderly, given alms to monks, helped with the upkeep of religious establishments, and that's not just temples, mosques, churches, so on and so forth. Helped a poor lady or an old elderly lady cross the street. These are all meritorious deeds. So when you go into the heavens, starting of course with the human world and up, when you go into the blissful plane, this is the time where the good deeds begin to mature. So you start to earn the rewards of the good deeds that you have done. But the best that you can get is these material things appear in front of you. So you don't have to exert yourself to acquire them, because you've already done the hard work. You've already done the labor. Now that is the time for remuneration. This is payback time. But that's the best you can get. Mental satisfaction is not something that you can expect, even in the Deva worlds, even in the godly realms. Because mental pleasure, as we have discussed in the past, and of course, yes, if you came along to last week's session, we went through the doctrine, the fundamentals of the Buddhist teaching. So we realized and we talked about pleasure and what the source of pleasure is, and how pleasure is nothing but relief from mental vexations, right? So the reason I call this heaven, to me, monkhood is heaven on earth. Because the things that I get, I don't have to work hard for. I used to have to work hard for my meals. Now I don't have to. All I have to do is ask, and it's there in front of me. So this is like heaven. I don't have to work hard for my robes. All I have to do is ask, and someone among you will most delightfully, with glee and happiness in your hearts, not only bring it and lay it in front of me, but you'll also worship me and say, please, Swami Nuhansa, with kindness towards me, can you please accept this offering? If I'm sick, if I'm ill, and if I'm ailed, there'll be plenty of people who will be eager to take me to the best hospitals that are available and get me the treatment that I need. And even if it's a shelter I need, again, I don't have to work hard for it. All I have to do is ask for it, and before I know it, it's there. So, as far as I can tell, monkhood is like heaven on earth. Because all the other things that we do, over and above the things that I just talked about, these are the 4 requisites, right? Food, shelter, medicines, and clothing. The basic needs for all human beings to survive. Without these 4 things, you cannot survive. Life will not last for very long. Food, clothing, shelter, and medicines. Life will not last very long without these things. Anything above this, so for example, TV, watching TV. Is that a basic requirement? No. It's not one of the bare necessities. It's not one of the things that keeps me alive. I don't need to watch TV to sustain myself, but I need food to sustain myself. You and I are not different in this sense. We're all the same. The 4 things that I just mentioned are the very 4 things that you also need to survive. Anything above that, actually, you try to bring to your lives not to keep life going, but actually for your mental sanity. If I took away your TV, those of you who still watch TV, that's not a sly remark by any means. I've got my fingers crossed here. For those of you who still watch TV, watching TV doesn't keep you alive for longer. It doesn't treat your illnesses. It doesn't give you shelter. And it doesn't put clothes around your body. So it's not a bare necessity. It's something that you do. It's something that you like to indulge in for the purposes of mental pleasures. But of course we know now that a TV can't make you happy. It's relief from vexation. Relief from mental stress and strain and anguish and agony is what makes you happy. But of course, you haven't given up the belief that actually no, Swami Nuhansa, Don't care how many times you say it, the TV makes me happy. This is what we are trying to get over. Generally, someone needs 3 square meals for their health, and so that they can keep hunger at a good distance. But having a pizza every other weekend is not a bare necessity. Always wanting chocolate cake for dessert is not a bare necessity. Always wanting watlappa every other day is not a bare necessity. These are add-ons you bring into your life, not for survival, but actually for mental pleasure. Ask yourself, do you still do these things? I have nothing against that. What I don't like is when people engage in the unmeritorious deeds, unwholesome deeds, killing, lying, backstabbing, stealing, engaging in sensual or sexual misconduct. These things the Buddha did not condone. He said, refrain from these activities, even if you have to do it by force. Not I will force you to do it, but you have to force yourself to do it. Even if you haven't achieved a state of mind where you don't need it any longer. But everything else, folks, right, are things that we do need to survive. The 4 things, the 4 bare necessities everyone needs to survive. So, considering you where you are in your lay life and where I am in my monk life, in the life of a monk, all I have to do is ask for it, and it's there in front of me. Do you deny that this is heaven on earth? Recently I had a chat with a young boy, I think he was 16 years of age. So I asked him, his father wanted me to talk to him. His father is someone who works very closely with the monastery. So he wanted his children to be able to take the teaching and to discover themselves, I suppose rediscover themselves, the purpose of their lives. So I sat down with this young fellow and I asked him, Buddha, do you like to be happy? He said, of course, Swaminatha, I like to be happy. How does one be happy? I asked him. He said, Swaminatha, so I was talking to him in Sinhala and he said, Swaminatha, kala bila andala, jolly kalla inna thai manga asa. So for our non-native speakers, I want to be able to eat, drink, sleep, and just be jolly. This is my definition of happiness. I said, oh great, you and I are not very different. He said, how come? I said, let me explain. So I said, you like to eat, yeah? Yes, Swaminatha, I love to eat. I said, Buddha, so do I. Would you like to work hard for your meals or do you like to get it free? So he said, well, if it came free, then that would be all the better. Oh. And how is it you get your meals? My dad gives them to me. For how long? Until he's going to be around, and then I have to go and do a job and work for it. And then I said, for as long as I'm going to be alive, I don't have to work for my meals. I get them for free. What was the next thing you said? I like to drink. Kala bila andala jolin. So how do you get your drinks? Dad gives it, mother gives it, but one day you're going to have to work hard for it. I don't have to work for it. I get it for free. And not only do people come and offer it to me, they worship me and say, Swaminatha, please, 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 can you accept this? When was the last time someone came up to you, Buddha, and said, please, 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 Buddha, eat this? That's never happened, Swaminatha. Well then, let's move on to the next thing. He said, Andala, I want to dress nicely. So again, you have to work hard for it. I get it for free. So kala bila andala jolly. Be jolly. What is jolly? Jolly is a state of mind. The jolly that he thinks is the jolly that he needs is his relief from vexation. That is the jolly that we've all known so far. But actually that's not true jolly. Real jolliness is in eradicating the truth or the cause of suffering, attachment. Jolliness in letting go, in being able to let go. Jolliness in detachment. So then I said, Buddha, let's compare your life and my life for a moment. All the things that you said makes you happy, I get them for free. You have to work hard for it. And then ultimately the jolliness that you seek is relief from vexation. I have a better path to jolliness. So it's 4-0. I win. I won each time. 4-0. So, I know there are folks among you who are considering this life, but perhaps some of you are still worried, maybe not sure, still on the fence. Do I not? She loves me, she loves me not, she loves me not. I really want you to think long and hard, right? So we've started a program for the Anagarikas as well, as Guru Hamdran Mahanse mentioned in one of the sermons some time ago. Because so far we've only been able to make this opportunity available to males, to young men, between the ages of 14 and 40, 45, that sort of age, up until this point. But we've been always talking about how can we give this great opportunity for the females, ladies, and young women who also want to achieve that salvation. So that opportunity is slowly realizing in the background. Work is going on. So I want to appeal to your intellect. Think. All the things you've done in your life so far to achieve this happiness which has always been so deceptive, so elusive. How long do you want to keep trying? When you know now that that happiness can never be found by doing the things that you're doing today. Because really, if you have found that happiness, then I should be coming to you for a sermon, not the other way around, right? We should all be at your place then. Yes or no? So why have you come to see me then? Who here has found happiness? Put their hand up, and next day we'll all organize a sermon at that place, and let's all get on a bus. I'll also come, and we can go and listen to your path to happiness. I'm all ears, folks. I've told you several times before, I like to talk less and listen more. Because every time I listen, I'm learning something. Did I not tell you about my dad, who gives out sermons nowadays? My dad's, he's a preacher now. Did you know that? My dad's a preacher. So in the near future, we are going to make some CDs, and we'll make them available at the front desk. You can pick them up as well. So every time I call him, he's talking to me on the phone. He says, "Oh Puta, I can't walk now. My knees are so weak now. My legs are always hurting me. My back is killing me. I can't do the things that I used to do. I can't even go to the supermarket now. I need help to get out of bed. I feel so lonely so he's talking about my mother. When mother and your brother go for work, and then I have to wait until they come home, I feel so lonely, so bored. I struggle to keep myself entertained, but I can't leave them behind and come back to Sri Lanka because I can't live without them. I need them." So my dad's giving sermons on the phone. Is he not? He's talking to me about the adversities of life, the consequences of not having done what he ought to have done when he was a young man like me, when he was a young man like you. He didn't do what he ought to have done. He went after material pleasures. I've gained from it, of course. I gained from the dedication and the commitment that my dad extended towards me, but he didn't seek his liberation. Everything he did for us. So my mother and his 2 children. Everything he did for us. But he forgot one person. One person in the family he neglected. And that's him. Wow. There's little I can do more than feel sorry for him now. So he's giving sermons on the phone. I tell you, every time he comes to visit me at the monastery, he'll worship me and then he can't get up by himself. I need to help him up, or someone else has to come and help him up. At least 2 people have to help him get back up on his feet. Every time he worships me, he's giving me a sermon, silently. He tells me, this is coming. Warning. The suffering that I have to endure today is coming. Are you prepared? He's asking me, without saying a word. I sometimes see tears in his eyes, tears of despair. And those tears are not necessarily physical pain. That's the mental frustration. We're all getting there. Time's catching up. Have you all played Pac-Man? How does the game go? Pac-Man keeps running, right? Who's chasing Pac-Man? Sorry? The ghost. The ghost keeps chasing Pac-Man. Why is it a ghost? The nature of a ghost is usually you can't see a ghost, generally speaking. They're hard to see. They're hard to spot. When they're further away, they're hard to see. Sometimes this apparition, only when it comes so close can you see it. And then it's too late. So Pac-Man keeps running, trying to avoid the ghost. Aren't you also all running? Running from this ghost that's called time, that is chasing after you? Who here has stopped running from time? It looks like me included. None of us have. We're still running. Time's going to catch up. There's no way you can run and hide. Time's catching up. Last meditation session, I said time was an acronym. Do you remember? Do you remember the acronym? Time? Do you? What did we say it was? What did it stand for? Total incapacitation and mental exasperation. That's what time stands for. Because that is what time brings you. Total incapacitation. Time's catching up with my dad. And from where I'm standing, time's catching up with a lot of you. Total incapacitation is catching up with a lot of you. A shame we don't have a mirror here right now. If only you could see yourself. The thing is, you put your makeup on before you go to bed. You check your makeup and readjust it as soon as you wake up, so you don't see the real you. Hardly people see the real themselves. They don't see this aging process. Because there's always a layer of deceptiveness, a layer of deceit that's always on top. Because people don't like the truth. They try to keep running away from it, but hey, it's catching up. Time will catch up with all of us. To become victorious is to be fearless in the face of time. You can only say you have won. You can only say that you're victorious when you can stand with time facing you, and you can say to time, "Do whatever the hell you like." There's nothing you can do. Do whatever you like. I'm fearless. What is life? I'll give you a simple definition to life. Life is the struggle to keep death at a respectable distance. That's not what you learnt at school, was it? That's not what you learnt at the club. That's not what your friends said. That's not what people say on Facebook. What do they say? Life is fun. Life is joyfulness. But actually the truth is, life is a struggle to keep death at a respectable distance. It's a struggle that you will eventually win. No. A struggle that you will eventually lose. The distance between you and death is slowly diminishing, slowly closing up, and eventually you and death will stand next to each other, and then it will be a battle between the two of you, and then finally, when you will go, death will go, yes. Gotcha. How do you mark the days on your calendar? People have desk calendars, people have wall calendars. How do you mark the days as you progress through the month? What do you put on the calendar? Cross. Where else have you seen crosses? Do you remember at school when you did your homework, or when you didn't do your homework properly? When you got a wrong answer, what did your teacher put on your book? A cross. Because a cross is a universally accepted mark of indicating errors. You failed. Wrong. Got it wrong. So therefore you put a cross. Oh, you perfected that. So when you have a calendar, every day you go and put a cross on your calendar. What are you telling yourself? Today also I have failed. Following day also I have failed. The other day also I have failed. Did you know that Mara, who is this god of death, has a copy of that calendar? He's got a carbon copy. Except when you put a cross, he only has half of it. He puts a tick. He goes, yay. Yes. Yes. Every day you put a cross, Mara puts a tick. I ask you folks, when's the day you're going to go and put a tick on your calendar to say, done it? Kina jati. I have extinguished the cycle of rebirth. Usitam brahmacharyam. I have completed the perfections. I have completed and travelled the Noble Eightfold Path. Na parangittattayati. There is nothing left for me to do. I have done all that was due to be done. I have completed the path. I have completed the journey, the purpose of my life. When's that day coming for you? Are you doing the things that you need to do to get there? Is my question. Because time's catching up. Time won't wait for anyone. Time and tide don't wait for anyone. Who said that? I just said that. No, it's actually Benjamin Franklin who first said time and tide don't wait for anyone. But I'm quoting him today. Time and tide don't wait for anyone. So, remember, in the past weeks I've been asking you, and I said I'll be checking up if you've been doing this. I said you should all put aside 15 minutes a day to meditate. So I'm going to ask you now. Give me a show of hands. If you have truthfully Shall I not? Best I not, right? Yeah, best I not. Because I know 7 out of 10 won't do it. 3 out of 10 will do it. Why won't people do it? Because it's easy not to do. If something's easy to do, why won't people do it? Because it's easy not to do. That's why. You should, you could, but you don't. You should, you could, but you won't. Great. One's the path to success. You should, you could, and you do. And the other is the path to failure. You should, you could, and you don't. You should, you can't. Then good. Come, ask for help. But you should, you could, and you don't. Path to failure. In material life, in worldly life, as well as on the path to Nibbana. So, I'm not going to ask you, I'm not going to poll you and ask you to put your hand up, but I'm reminding you again, once again, don't forget. 15 minutes a day was all I asked for, folks. Because if you don't do it, then, I won't be able to attain my liberation. Right? If you don't put aside 15 minutes a day towards your meditation, I won't be able to seek my liberation. So please, I beg of you. I plead your mercy. Please do your 15 minutes meditation a day. That's all I ask for. I'm not asking for 16 minutes. I'm asking for 15. Is there anyone here who can't set aside 15 minutes a day? 15 minutes a day for your own liberation. To cleanse your mind of the defilements. To be free of time. To be someone timeless. To be timeless. Someone who is timeless. To be freed from the clutches of time. Because time's catching up with you. Time's got all the time it needs to catch up with you. I'm asking you to put aside 15 minutes so that you can be victorious against time. But time's got all the time. Be serious about life. You know why? Because I'll guarantee you won't get through it alive. Who here is going to get through life alive? No, you're all going to be dead. You are going to die, sir. So are you. You're going to die. Madam, you're going to die. Just in case you didn't know. You're all going to die. Just in case you didn't know. The one thing we don't know is when. Who here can guarantee that they're going to be alive throughout the day today? Who here can guarantee that they're going to wake up alive tomorrow? No one. Not even I can. No one. So why do we keep postponing the things that we have to do today? I used to have a friend who said, why do something today when you can do it tomorrow? You know what I did? I stopped spending time with that guy. I used to have a friend. I no longer call him a friend. He used to say, why do something today, Machang, when you can do it tomorrow? That is not the philosophy with which you should live life. The question you should ask yourself every day is, why do something tomorrow when you can do it today? 15 minutes today is what matters, not half an hour tomorrow. Now you could say, right? Swaminatha, today 15 minutes, half an hour tomorrow. Same thing. No, it's not the same thing. Consistency is the name of the game. You don't do your 15 minutes 4 days and you do a whole hour 4 days later. Not the same thing. How can you manage an hour when you can't even manage 15 minutes? When you don't have the discipline in your mind to focus and you concentrate on what it is you need to reflect on for 15 minutes, what are you going to be doing in an hour's time? That's not how it works. You should do this gradually, step by step, one step at a time. Don't expect to run before you have learned to walk. So I ask you again, okay? Make sure you set aside 15 minutes every day. And I also reminded you, get yourself a timetable. I don't know how many of you have started doing it now. I said put aside time in your timetable. Monday, what times can you put aside for 15 minutes meditation? How much time can you set aside to listen to the sermons? I asked you to maintain a timetable. I hope you're doing it. I'm not going to ask you to put your hand up. If you are, then great. Because I do it. He does it. He does it. And the Anagarikas do it. I don't know about the rest of you. But what we do, I can suggest that you do. If you do it, then you will do it. If you don't do it, then you won't do it. Do what? Do what? What will you do if you do as I say? You will seek your liberation. What will you not do if you don't do what I say? You won't seek your liberation. Not because I say so, because the Buddha said so. I am not your master, don't forget that. I am not your master. The Buddha is our master. It's he who knows about the path to liberation. I teach you what I learned from him and what I learned from the Mahasangha who prevails from the Buddha. So think about these things. Take life seriously. Life is not trivial. This is the one chance we've all gotten to save ourselves. One chance. When this is gone, you can cry, weep, lament, all you like, but you ain't gonna get it back again. It's gone. This is the one chance you have. Especially for the young people out there, you still got your strength, your vitality, energy, you're full of energy, you're buzzing with energy. Put it to good use. Because it's not going to be there with you forever. Today you can sit up straight. You can't do that forever. Today you can stay awake, and you can't do that forever. Today you can hear what I'm saying, you can't do that forever. Your faculties will start to shut down eventually. For some of you, it's already started shutting down. So I'm serious. Take life seriously. It's not a game that you can play and get out alive. We are all going to get out of life dead. It's what you do now that matters. Save yourselves. I can only remind you and I can show you the path, but you have to save yourselves. I can't hold your hand and walk the path. You have to do it by yourselves. Okay. You must always ask yourself where you are on the path. There are some things that you can do to check yourself. Sometimes, when I speak to our young monks and the Anagarikas and others like you who come and talk to us about problems that you have in life, I always try to remind you that you're so great. You should always be so grateful to the people who bring problems to you. I wish that people would come and shout at me. It just doesn't happen as much as I like it to these days. Used to when I was a layperson, but not so much nowadays. I wish that people would come and shout at me. That they would accuse me of things that I haven't done. I wish. I wish one of you would come and spit on my face one day. I wish. Literally. Literally, I wish that one of you would come and spit on my face one day. So I can test myself. So I can test how my mind works. Because if you are serious about your practice, folks, in the whole spectrum of feelings that all human beings, all beings experience, for someone who's serious about their liberation, there's only a limited range within that spectrum that you're actually allowed to travel within. And this is metta, karuna, mudita and upeksha. You're fortunate in that, living a lay life, you get to meet all sorts of people. Because we, at the monastery, only get to meet people like yourselves. Good people. People who want to actually, people who see that the problem is within, not out there, and they want to fix themselves. Good people, well-mannered people. Kind, generous, right? People like yourselves. But as a layperson, I used to experience the whole spectrum of people. From really, really good people to the scum of the earth. But you still get to experience that. So actually that's a blessing. Because when you get used to life in a monastery, sometimes you begin to think that actually my mind is now free of all these defilements. I don't sense anger anymore. I'm a very happy person, so perhaps I have achieved the states of anagami, or maybe even I have become an arahant, maybe I have become a saint. I don't feel anger anymore. Some people might feel that way. The reason for that is not because they have freed their mind of all defilements, it's only because the trigger has not come into their life yet. Or they have not been put in front of the trigger as yet. So they still haven't had the opportunity to meet someone who comes and shouts at them, blames them, or sometimes sing praises. Because if you sense your ego growing, that's also a sign of defilements. If you feel anger, there are also signs of defilements in your mind. If you experience feelings of love, they're all defilements. Anger and love, they're all defilements. There's no room for love in Buddhist teaching. There's room for compassion, but not love. Because love is another word for attachment. Whenever there's love, that's one side of the coin. You look at the opposite side, it's got hate on it. Love and hate are two sides of the same coin. So if someone doesn't like hate, then they've got to get rid of love. There's no room either for love nor hate for someone who is serious about their liberation. So the spectrum within which you are able to, or you're allowed to conduct yourself, is metta to upeksha. When you start to stray away from metta, you now go into the realms of love. When you stray away from upeksha, now you're going to start towards, you're straying towards anger, hatred, these feelings. None of this are conducive to someone who wants to seek their liberation. There are lots of things out there in the natural environment that are good teachers. Really, everywhere you look, there are great teachers. When the student is ready, the teacher appears. You heard that before? When the student is ready, the teacher appears. When you have become a good student, you begin to see teachers everywhere you look in the environment. Even things like the earth is a good teacher. The sky is a good teacher. Trees, birds, bees, they're all good teachers. As much as the wind is a good teacher. So I'm going to talk to you about how the wind can be a good teacher. In terms of how you must attempt, at least try to conduct yourself within metta, karuna, mudita and upeksha. There can't be anyone here who hasn't felt the feeling of a good breeze that blows by and the cool, calm feeling that it leaves you with. Right? You've all experienced that. Could you mute that, please? Consider the wind for a moment. I want you to think about the wind. How the wind is a good teacher. When you're out in the open and there's a cool breeze flowing, that is so invigorating. Makes you feel so relaxed. If it's a hot day, particularly, it's so soothing, is it not? A cool breeze as it flows by. So if you're someone who's out in the open, and you're welcoming of the breeze, so you're welcoming the breeze to come in contact with your body, then how does the wind treat you? The wind flows, comes into contact with your body, takes away heat from your body by, let's not get into the science of it, but you all experience it, so we don't need to get into the science of how that all works. But as it brushes against your body, you feel that cool breeze so invigorating, so relaxing and so soothing. And if you're not clad in like heavy suit or maybe a jacket, right? You're just in casual clothes, like you're dressed now, for instance. If you went and stood outside and you felt the breeze flowing against you and rubbing against your body, you'd feel that experience. You'd be able to experience that. It's so cooling, so refreshing, right? You've all experienced that? Or is this new to you? No, you all experienced that. Now consider how the wind treats you as it flows by. The wind has the capacity, it has the capability to make you feel relaxed, to bring that positivity into your life, to give you that soothing effect, to make you feel refreshed, to help you invigorate. The wind has the capability to do that because it takes away the perspiration from your body and so on and so. Again, we said, let's not get into the science, but the wind has the ability to do that to you. If only you let the wind do it to you. All you have to do is wait and watch. You don't have to work hard for it. All you have to do is go and stand in the and face the wind. The wind, as it flows by, will make you feel better. And then every soul that it touches, it will do the same thing. Whether it's man or beast, as the wind flows, it will bring that soothing, calming, refreshing, invigorating effect on every life that it touches. Does the wind favor certain people to others? If you are a rich man, does the wind spend more time with you than the poor man? No. What if you're fair? How does the wind treat you then? Spend more time with you than a dark person? No. So the wind doesn't care whether you're rich or poor, whether you're tall or short, whether you're black or white. The wind doesn't care. The wind has the ability to make you feel better. So whenever the wind brushes by and makes you feel good, refreshes you, how much do you have to pay back? Do you get a bill at the end of the month? Wind Incorporated Private Limited. Who here got a bill from Wind Incorporated? I brushed by your body and made you feel better 3 times in the last month. $50 per time, $150. Please pay by check within the next 30 days, or I will not come see you again. Anyone got a bill from the wind? No. So expecting what in return? Expecting what in return? Nothing in return. expecting nothing in return. It delivers to you what it can. It brings positivity into your life, makes you feel good, refreshes you, invigorates you, expecting nothing in return. All you had to do is go and stand facing the wind. And the less there were layers between you, your body and the wind, the better it was able to serve you. Yes or no? If you are clad in lots of heavy clothes, jackets and shirts or caps and boots, and if you'd covered all of your body, then the wind will find it more difficult to give you that same effect. But the less you have obstacles between you and the wind, the easier it is for the wind to give you that positive effect. That is what metta is like. Compassion, or loving kindness, as people would say. This is the English technical term. And by the way, I wasn't demanding that you sit on the cushion, so if you find it more comfortable to be seated on the chair, then that's fine as well, okay? Don't be uncomfortable. This is what metta is like. Give without expecting in return. Give to everyone you can without expecting anything in return. Black or white, rich or poor. Give. Don't expect in return. The wind delivers or does its duty without expecting anything in return. No expectation, but it does its duty. The wind has a duty to make feel better everyone it touches. That's the duty of the wind. It does that without expecting anything in return. And the less barriers there are between you and wind, the better it can serve you. So the more welcoming you are of wind into your life, the more welcoming you are of its help, the better it can serve you. The Buddha was the same. The Buddha was the same. When he came across people who were welcoming of his support, who were welcoming of his teaching, it was a lot easier for the Buddha to deliver that help, give them that service that he was so capable of doing with less resistance. And it's the same with you as well. If you come here with an open mind, if you come, the fact that you have turned up, the fact that you're here is a sign that you are wanting of help. You want to seek your liberation. Therefore, it's easier for me to help you. But what if you were adamant, I'm not going to go to the monastery. If Swami Nuhase wants, he can come to my place and give me a sermon. There were several occasions when the Buddha went looking for people who needed his help. Every morning the Buddha, through his intellectual powers, would check who needs my help today, who most needs my help today. And then no matter the distance, he would walk on foot. He would travel that entire distance, sometimes many fathoms, to get to the person who was needing of his help, and he would help them. But where people came to him and sought his help, it was a lot easier. Metta. But the Buddha never fell in love with anyone who came to help him. There was no affection. Because whenever there's affection, there's affliction. There's no room for affection or love in Buddhist philosophy. The caring that we do is simply based on metta, which is, I have managed to find my liberation, I will help you find the same. With expecting what in return? Nothing in return. No expectation. Simply fulfilling my duty. Metta. Let's go back to this man wanting to walking outside, and this time round he's not as welcoming. So he's dressed he's dressed in a lot of clothes, right? He's got a jacket on, but he's still walking outside. He's not against the wind, he's still walking towards the wind, but he's got a jacket on, so taking some kind of cover from the wind. Now what the wind does is the wind will still blow, and the wind will still deliver its ability, or will still deliver its service. So wherever the wind can go through the fabric, permeate the layers of the fabric and brush against this person's body, it will still deliver the same effect. But it's not as easy as it was last time round. This time it's a bit more challenging. The wind has more work to do on this occasion. It's not so easy. If you just had a vest on and a pair of shorts, the wind doesn't have a lot to do. But if you're dressed in trousers, a shirt, jacket, hat, boots, right? Now the wind has a tougher job to do, because it's got to work harder to bring you that positive effect. To make you feel better, to make you feel refreshed, the wind has to work harder. And then at the end of the day, it sends you a bill. I had to work harder to make you feel better. To deliver the positive effect that I so could, I had to work harder because you were clad in so many layers of clothes. So the bill sends you a bill. Does it? No, the wind doesn't send you a bill. It's still free. Expecting nothing in return. It's gone that extra mile. Just because you're not open and welcoming and embracing of the wind, it still hasn't given up. Because the wind knows there is something I can bring into your life. I can bring positivity to your life. I can make you feel better. You just don't know it. But still, I'll do what I can. This is karuna. This is the nature of karuna, compassion. So metta, we said, was loving kindness. I'll continue to use that word because we are familiar with that terminology, loving kindness, and karuna, which is compassion. There are plenty of occasions, as I said, the Buddha went looking for people who needed his help. Think about, if you've read the Piritpota, Alavaka, the demon Alavaka. When the Buddha went to his home, to his dwelling, to help this yakka, this demon, how did Alavaka treat the Buddha? He said, "Get out, you bold-headed monk." This is how he threatened the Buddha. And on the second occasion, so now he wants to tire the Buddha out. He said, "Okay, come back in. Come on in." So he's demanding the Buddha, making demands. "Come on in." And the Buddha walks in. Then he says, "Get out," again. And the Buddha walks out. "Come back in." He comes back in again. On the third time, when Alavaka says, "Get out again," now the Buddha says, "What? I'm not going to do what you're asking me to do. I'm not going to walk out again." And then this demon Alavaka says, "How dare you not be obedient to what I say? If you don't do as I say, I'm going to lift you by your legs, and I'm going to take you to the banks of the river. I'm going to thrash you. I'm going to hit you on the banks of the river, and I'm going to kill you." So this demon threatens the Buddha. "And I'm going to make you go mad. I'm going to make you go insane." Alavaka threatens the Buddha. But the Buddha said, "Do as you like. Do whatever you can. There is not a single soul who can threaten me, or who can do anything, or any of the things that you have just threatened me. There's no one out there who can do that to me. Do what you like, but I'm not going to walk out." So it's at this point Alavaka poses a series of questions to the Buddha. Because in his lineage of these demons, his ancestors, they were informed that one day you may find someone who comes into your abode and will profess that they are some kind of supreme person, supreme being, but to test the validity of this statement, you have to ask them a series of questions. If they fail the questions, then they are not who they say they are. But if they pass this test, then you should consider them a supreme being. So this was the teaching that Alavaka had received from his ancestors. So therefore, Alavaka found this opportunity to put this test in front of the Buddha. So the Buddha says, ask me any question you want, and I will answer them gladly, but I'm not going to walk out again. I'm not going to do as you say. So you see, then of course the story goes on. If you're interested, you can take the Piritpota and read into how the rest of the story unfolds. But the point I want you to take from here is, on this occasion, the Buddha shows compassion. Because even when Alavaka said, I don't want you, go away, the Buddha still went and spent time with him, because he knew that what Alavaka needs right now is my help. He needs my teaching. Because there's no other way he can find his deliverance. There's no other way he can find his liberation. So he needs my help. Just consider for a moment, right? For those of you who have studied and understand the supernatural powers of the Supreme Buddha, there's not a single being out there who can threaten the Buddha, or let alone do anything to him, physically hurt him. There's no one out there who can do that, who's capable of doing that. So for someone like Alavaka to threaten the Buddha, that's like child play. To the Buddha, it's like an infant walking up to its father and saying, I'm going to kick you and hit you and throw you away if you don't do as I ask you. So it's an infant. When you put the two figures together, it's like an infant walking up to the father, great big father, and saying, I'm going to hit you, I'm going to kick you, I'm going to throw you away, I'm going to kill you. Right? Have your children never said these things to you as when they were just toddlers? Tati, I'm going to kick you if you don't give me that. I'm going to hit you. Ammi, I'm going to hit you if you don't give me that. And then they start hitting you. Oh, did you start hitting me already? Oh. Because you don't even feel it. They're so feeble, they can't do anything. So, in front of the Buddha, Alavaka is in that sort of position, but he doesn't realize this. This is why he's threatening the Buddha. Right? So, you see how the Buddha, knowing that there's no other refuge for Alavaka other than his teaching, his help, he still walks up to Alavaka and offers that service to him. Much like the wind. Much like the wind. Even when you've got your jacket on, the wind still brushes past you. You're not as welcoming as you were before. In your vest and shorts, you're not as welcoming of the wind as you were before, but still, whatever service it can deliver to you, whatever help it can give you, it will still do it, but doesn't expect anything in return. You don't get a bill at the end of the month. It's free. Then there are some people who are actually against. You'll find all this, you'll find people like this in your life. This is why I say that, we can learn from the wind how we can deal with people like this. Be like the wind is actually what I'm suggesting you to do. Be like the wind. How the wind has so far treated you, I suggest you treat other people who come into your life. Not expecting anything in return. Never showing any signs of animosity. Right? Some people, when they, think about how some people treat the wind. I'll give you a simple example. Right? If when you had a heavy meal, people burp. Right? This is gas coming out of the stomach. Right? So where does that go? When it comes out of your mouth, it goes to the air. So air, wind, right? It has to accept that. The last time you burped, what did the wind say? How dare you, stinking pig! Take it back. Did you ever hear the wind say that to you? No. And that's when it came out this orifice. What about when it came out the other end? What did the wind say then? Take it back this instant. How dare you? Did the wind ever say like that? No. Whatever you chucked at it, the wind just took it along. Be that sweat or fart, the wind didn't care. The wind didn't mind. Whatever you throw at me, I'll take it with me. Where does all the sweat that comes, or the perspiration that comes out of your body, where does it go? The wind carries all that away with it. And how much what's the bill at the end of the month? Free. When you sneeze, all that phlegm and saliva and the mucus, right, all that out into the air. Did the wind ever retaliate? Did the air ever come back to you and go, how dare you do that? Take it all back. No, it never did that. Never did that. Whatever you threw at it, it accepted. So, how can we learn from the wind then? There will be people who come into your lives, folks, who will shout at you, who will ridicule you, who will blame you, who will accuse you falsely, knowing that you are not at fault, but they'll still accuse you. They'll slander you. How should you be? For every word that you hear from them, you fight back, or you be like the wind. Throw whatever you can at me. I'm not going to fight back. Mahatma Gandhi said, fight what with violence? How did he say? Non-violence. Mahatma Gandhi taught us about non-violence, didn't he? There are teachers, there are philosophers we've all come across in life, right? Of course, the Buddha is the only one who can go for ultimate liberation. But those who took his teaching, those who followed in his footsteps, have given similar teachings. Not necessarily about Nibbana, but about how you can live your life in a peaceful manner. Be like the wind. So when people come and shout at you, try to build that robustness within yourself, where no matter, even if they're shouting at you and accusing you falsely, you can still be unshattered, unruffled by the things that they say. Not fight back, but bear it. If is that all you got, give me more. If you want to give me more, give me more. I'll take it all. I'm not talking about physically hitting you, because then run away. I'm talking about verbal abuse. If someone gives you a verbal thrashing, where does it hurt? Ear? Or is it eardrum? Which bit hurts? Which bit? Which bit of your body starts to hurt when someone gives you a verbal thrashing? The mind. Why does the mind begin to hurt? Because of defilements. Why? Because the mind expects something else. The mind expects someone to talk to you nicely. The mind expects lovely words, soft words, pleasant words. All these pleasantries is what the mind expects from somebody else, whenever there's expectation. Always, expectation leads you to suffering. Then the mind of an arahant, the mind of a saint, is someone without expectations, is a mind without expectations. Now, no matter what comes, the mind is able to bear that. The bearing capacity of the mind becomes limitless. Try to be like the wind. Try to be like the wind. Then there's upeksha. So that was mudita. What I just explained there, that was mudita. What's the English word for mudita? I can't remember now. Is there the technical word for it? Does anyone know? Okay, I'll propose one then. It's the softness of the mind. It's like when you go and throw a ball at something, at a soft wall. Let's say if it's a rigid wall, when you throw a ball at it, what happens? Rebounds, right? So the harder you hit the ball, the harder it's going to fire back at you. But if it's a soft ball, if it's a soft wall, say it's made of some kind of soft fabric or something like that, a cushion wall, then if you throw a ball at it, then it's just going to drop. It's not going to come back at you. It's not going to come whirling back at you. This is how you should try to be. It's difficult, I'm not saying it's easy, but the more you take the Dhamma into your life, the easier it becomes. And what do I mean by taking the Dhamma into your life? It's understanding that attachment, expectations is the cause of suffering. Because why does the world throw it back at you? The world says, I'm not here to take all sorts of rubbish from you. I'm rigid. I don't bend. I'm straight. I don't bend. I'm not malleable. So whatever you throw at me, I'm going to throw back at you. But when you become soft, become a soft person, become soft in nature. We see people like that, don't we, in society? And we say, he's a really soft guy. I'm not saying whenever something comes, a guy starts crying. That's not what I'm talking about. That's not a soft guy, that's a sissy. I'm not saying be a sissy, I'm saying be a soft person. A soft person is not someone who retaliates, not someone who shouts back for every word of blame and resentment that comes their way. Be able to accept, no matter what people throw at you. Be someone who can bear, someone who can tolerate it. That's mudita. And then finally upeksha. So the reason I'm talking to you about this is because in a moment this is what I'll ask you to reflect on. These are all qualities of the Buddha. If you ask me, it's the Buddha who taught the wind. Metta, karuna, mudita and upeksha. So upeksha, equanimity. Sometimes this person, what he does, so going back to the guy who walked out. So when he's completely against the wind, he doesn't want anything to do with the wind. He doesn't want the wind touching his body, coming into contact with the body. What he'll do is he'll go and lock himself up in a room, shut all the windows and the doors, make it airtight, and then the air cannot come in. No matter how hard the gust blows, the air cannot come into the room. So now what does the wind do? What does the wind do now? Does it come up and say, how dare you? Let me in. Bang, 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 let me in. No. The wind realizes, this is not the time to help you. You're not ready to take my help, so therefore, I'll come back another day. When you're ready for it, I will come and help you. Upeksha. We see people like that every day. When they come to the monastery, we know that they are not ready yet to take our help, to take the teaching. So we say, well, we don't say to them because they're not prepared to hear us say that. We say, we think to ourselves, one day you will need this, and then you will come back looking for it, and then I will help you. Just because you didn't want me today, someone who does not understand upeksha will be like, oh, you didn't want me yesterday, I'm not going to help you today. Da-da-da-da-da. That's not upeksha. That's holding on to those resentful feelings in the mind. Yeah, so if you didn't want me once, I don't want you 100 times. Keep it. Have you not dealt with people like that? Have you not been like that on some occasions? If you don't want me once, I don't want you 1,000 times. I'm coming to help you if you don't want my help. Oh, you don't want my help, huh? All right, we'll see. When you need my help, we'll see. I'm going to help you then. That's not upeksha. Have you not come across people like that? No, not you. You're not like that, I know. Of course you're not like that. But have you not come across people like that? You go to them to help them, and they say, no, thank you, I don't need your help. Oh, okay. Just you wait until you need my help, and then we'll see. I'm not going to help you then. Then you can come begging at my feet, and I'm not going to help you. You're not like that, so it's okay. But have you not seen people like that in the mirror? No, it's just kidding. But does the wind do like that? No. The wind comes to deliver its service, and this guy's not ready. He says, no, I don't want you in my life right now. Locks himself up in an airtight room. And the wind goes, okay, you don't need me today. I'll come along tomorrow and see if you need my help. And if you do, if you're out there, I'll help you. If not, I'll still blow by. And then it'll come the following day, and it'll then check, are you ready? Still no? Okay, I'll come the next day. And the wind will keep coming until this man's ready to accept what the wind has to offer. This is how I want you to be. If you're serious about your liberation, if you're serious about your salvation, if you're serious about Nibbana and finding true happiness in life, folks, this is how you ought to be. Don't be resentful towards people who don't want your help today. They don't want your help because they don't know they need your help. They just don't know it. They just don't know it. Do you not remember when you were a young kid? Right? Your mother or your father tried to come and help you with something, especially when you started to learn new tools. You got so excited about them. Now you wanted to remove a screw or something like that. You took out the screwdriver, you tried to screw the thing in. And then dad comes looking at, alright, he's never going to manage to do that. Puta, do you want me to help you? No, Tate, it's alright, I can do this. I don't need your help, thank you very much. So then you start doing it. Or, those of you who tried cooking, mother walks into the kitchen. Puta, do you need my help? No, Amma, please. I've got this. And then you end up cooking a dish that not even the dog at home can eat, right? And then it goes in the bin. And then you go begging your mother, Ami, please can you help me with that? Tate, please can you help me with that? And what did your parents say then? Oh, you didn't need me last time. Now you come begging for my help. I'm not going to help you. Is that what they said? No, that's not what they said. They said, okay, so now you realize you need my help, huh? Right, let's go. I'll help you. Upeksha. This is how you should deal with people. If you're serious about your liberation, if you want to become a better person. So, metta, karuna, mudita, upeksha. There was no room for love or affection. I, as a monk, I can't love anybody. I don't have affection towards anyone. But loving kindness, that I will give to everyone who needs it. Compassion I'll give to everyone who needs it. Being soft in character is something I strive to be every day. Being soft. So this is why I say I wish one of you would walk up to me and spit in my face one day. Any volunteers? Please. I can't tell what will happen to you afterwards, but I won't do anything to you. I promise. I want to check myself. Upeksha. Help them when they need it. If they don't need it today, then wait until they do need it. Then go help them. But never straying towards anger and resentment. Oh, you didn't need my help, so I'm never going to help you. No. So left of metta is love. There's no room for that because the other side of love is hate. Whenever there's attachment, whenever there's love, you're expecting. Have you ever loved someone without expecting anything in return? At least a kind word in return? At least a smile on their face when you help them? There was always something expected in return. When parents love their children, they expect things in return. Love will always have expectations. This is why love breaks. Broken hearts. There's no broken metta. No broken karuna, mudita, upeksha. But there are broken hearts. What is a broken heart? A heart which is loved and been disappointed. That's a broken heart. Have you never had a broken heart? We've all experienced that at some point in our lives. Broken hearts. That was because it came with expectation, bags of expectation. But when you go into metta, now there's no more expectation. That's simply, I will give you whatever I can give you, and I expect nothing in return. Like the wind. The wind never sent you a bill at the end of the month, remember. For all the service that it rendered to you, it never expected a bill, or it never sent you a bill for payment at the end of the month. So let's try this now. Okay? So let's put this into practice. This is not strictly anicca dukkha anatta, but that's okay. Because these are some of the things that we need to also, these are some of the things that help us to practice anicca dukkha anatta. This is creating the environment which prepares us on the path to practicing the core teaching of the Buddha. So what I want you to do now, folks, is first sit comfortably. So again, as I repeat, if you're not comfortable on a cushion, you can take a seat. And if you're not comfortable on a chair, you can of course come and, there's still a cushion left here. There's a couple more here as well. So here's what we're going to do. What we're going to do is, for about, well, I won't tell you how long, because then you just keep looking at the clock. Are we done yet? Are we done yet? Are we done yet? I'm not going to tell you for how long. But what we're going to do is reflect on the nature of metta that I talked to you about. Right? Reflect on the nature of metta. Expecting nothing in return, but doing your duty. Fulfilling your responsibility. Doing whatever you can to benefit the other person with benevolence. Give, but not expect in return. So how do we apply that? I want you to think about someone in your life to whom you would like to treat in that way. Someone who is deserving of your support, of your help. And they have come asking for it. They have come up to you saying, I need your help. I need you to help me with this. I'm in a great deal of problems. I've got issues. I need your help. I need your support. That can be any kind of support. It doesn't matter, right? Because to each of you it will be different. They've come up to you. It might be, I need your time. I need you to help me with some problem. Mami, can you help me do my homework? Oh, I've got a problem in my mind. I really can't figure it out. I need your help to work it out. Whatever. Okay, or someone maybe have come and asked you for some money. So I'll give it back, but I need some money right now. I'm really stuck with something. So whatever the case might be, think about someone who's come up to you looking for your help, looking for your support. Now consider, are you like the wind? Are you prepared to give, expecting nothing in return? If they're taking your time, are you someone who will look back and say, oh, I wasted my time with that guy. What a wasted time. Because they never gave anything back to me. I helped that guy become president. He never became president. Now what a waste of my time. He never even gave me a call. Some of you might be teachers. Maybe you expect your students to, come back to you when they have become successful in their life and talk to you and say, thank you, teacher, for all the things you've done for me. Right? Are you someone who expects? Ask yourself. Are you a wife who expects your husband to treat you in a certain way? Are you a wife who expects, or are you a husband who expects your wife to treat you in a certain way? Someone who has come up to you asking for your help, asking for your support. Do you give expecting in return? Then if so, then you are not like the wind. Your giving, expecting something in return, means you have planted the seeds of your own suffering. So I want you to reflect on this for a few moments. Once you've done that, then we can go into karuna, compassion. So we will do that in one stretch. Actually, no, let's do the metta, and the rest you can do at home. Otherwise it might be a lot to tackle in one go. So we'll focus on metta because it's the easier one. Upeksha is the hardest to do. Metta is the easiest to do. So actually they've come up to you asking for your help. do you give expecting in return? If so, ask yourself, what if I can become someone who can give without expecting anything in return? How peaceful would that be? How much more fulfilling will it be to be able to give not expecting anything in return? How much more fulfilling will it be to give to my family without expecting anything in return? How much more fulfilling will it be to me as a husband to give to my wife without expecting anything in return? Not even as much as a kind word. Perhaps she's always so fault-finding. She's always finding faults with you. She's always saying, you're not a good husband. You're always doing this. You're not looking after me. But you know deep down inside you've never wished ill on her. Can you become even better? Can you become someone who can give and not expect anything in return? So let's take a few moments. Think about one person in your life who is deserving of your help, who has come up to you asking for your help. But right now, you give expecting in return. Be that time, money, right? Whatever the case might be. Advice, guidance. What if I can become someone who can give, expecting nothing, absolutely nothing in return? How would that make you feel? It would be so liberating. Focus on that. Focus on how it will make you feel better. Let's not talk about the other person. The fact that you have not set expectations on the other person, so you're not demanding anything of them so that it makes life easy for them. No, we're not talking about the other person. How liberating you will feel inside. They can take whatever they want, whatever they're asking for. If I can give, I'll give, but not expect anything in return. Okay? Are you all with me on what I've just asked you to do? Is that clear? So let's try that for a few moments, and then we'll continue with the second half of our session today. If you need inspiration, then think about all the times the Buddha did so. Think about other people that you know of, other great philosophers, teachers, religious leaders who have given without expecting return. And maybe you have come across people in your life. It will be difficult to find people like that, but there may be few and far between, one or two individuals who you might have come across in life who have given to you expecting nothing in return. Truly nothing in return. Ask yourself, how can I become that kind of person? Okay, let's try that. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. ultimate bliss of Nibbana, healed with the ultimate bliss of Nibbana, healed with the ultimate bliss of Nibbana. May I and all beings in all worlds be healed with the ultimate bliss of Nibbana, healed with the ultimate bliss of Nibbana, healed with the ultimate bliss of Nibbana. May I and all beings in all worlds be healed with the ultimate bliss of Nibbana, healed with the ultimate bliss of Nibbana, healed with the ultimate bliss of Nibbana. Okay. That was the easier out of the four. Metta. I wouldn't say it's simple to do, but it's the easier out of the four. Because to give without expecting in return, frankly, is no easy task. Until you have begun to realize that expectation is what brings you suffering, you will always expect. Even if you help a poor person or an elderly person across the street, cross the road, you'll at least expect that person to give you a smile in return, or at least say thank you. If you hold the door open for someone following you, walking behind you, you'll at least expect them to say, "Cheers, mate." These are all expectations that we have in our minds. So to give without expecting is not easy, but it's something that we can all achieve, because once we get there, when there's no expectation, there's no cause for suffering. That is what we are trying to aim to get to. And the only way to get there is to follow the Buddha's teaching. There's no other way. So when you reflected, as you did now, perhaps you thought of a girlfriend, or maybe a partner, or perhaps your husband or a wife, maybe a child, and asked yourself, how can I give them without expecting anything in return? How can I render my service to them as a parent, as a brother, as a sister, but not expect them to do anything in return? If they do it, then so be it. If they don't, then so be it. The answer to that question is in the Dhamma. That is the answer we must all strive to discover. Otherwise you can fool yourself. You can say, no, I don't expect. But deep down inside there will still be, even in the simplest forms, expectations. Like this is what I said. Give someone a glass of water and not expect them to say anything in return. Things that we call manners in day-to-day society, these are all expectations. If someone burps, you expect them to say, "Excuse me." Right? These are all expectations. So what happens when the guy doesn't say "excuse me"? That's rude. It's one thing to point out something that's rude, but it's another to feel anger in your mind, to feel unsettled in your mind because that person was rude. These are two different things. This is why I say, there are problems. Don't make those problems your problems. There's always going to be problems. For as long as you're alive, there'll be problems. You will fail if you make those problems my problems. My is where all problems start. My, this word my. So at home, if you didn't realize, that was all of 15 minutes. So see, you've done your 15 minutes for today. Right, so when you get back home and you try to do your 15 minutes tomorrow, you can pick another one of these characteristics. So this is the Satara Brahma Viharana or the 4 Brahmic abodes. English translation doesn't really cut it for me, but hey, there we go. The 4 Brahmic abodes they are called. Satara Brahma Viharana. The Buddha's description of a Brahma is really an Arahant. So this is the way an Arahant would deal with another person. There's no love, no affection, no anger, no hatred. Only metta, karuna, mudita, upeksha. Either metta, or either karuna, mudita, or upeksha. There's no other way an Arahant would deal with another person. This is where we try to get to. So as noble people, or someone who's trying to become noble, this is where you need to try to get to. A state of mind where any dealing you have with another person is within these 4 walls. Metta, karuna, mudita, upeksha. You never wander away from this. But none of these places have any expectation in return. There's no attachment with metta. There's a worldly interpretation of metta. But that's not what we are focusing on. That metta, may all beings be well, may all beings be happy, may all beings be free, may everyone become prosperous. If you are not a noble person, as in, if I don't mean noble in the sense of royal lineage, that's not what I mean. I talk about the understanding of Dhamma. That's how you become a noble person. When there's no understanding of the Dhamma, even when you say, may another person be well, may they be happy, can you wish it on people that you don't like? It's difficult. You should be able to wish, may all beings be happy. You should be able to wish it on your best friend, and you should be able to wish it on your worst enemy. When actually, if you're able to wish it equally, then you don't have a worst enemy or a best friend. They're all the same. Because if you have a best friend, again, that's attachment. If you have a worst enemy, that's also attachment. So best friends, worst enemies, we don't have that. Not in Buddhist philosophy. There are no friends and enemies. We give each other noble acquaintance. We give each other the gift of Dhamma. That is the connection that we have with everyone. So don't expect me to be your best mate, okay? That won't happen. I'm not here to make friends, and I'm not here to make enemies either. I'm here to give you what I have to offer, and I'm here to take what you have to offer. If you're willing to give it. So if you have something to say that will help make my life better, I'm all ears. He is the master. I'm a student. Hopefully you all feel that way. You should always remain a student. Never try to become the master. Because when you become the master, then you're not willing to listen to what another person has to say. Then you're the one who has to say everything. When you become the master, it's really difficult to help a master. But it's so easy to help a student, because they're always willing to learn. The one thing that I know so well, there's one thing that I know so well, and that is, I don't know anything. I know so well that I don't know anything at all. That much I know. So I'm always willing to learn. Whatever you have to share with me, I'm willing to learn. Sometimes people come and talk with me, they sit down, and they say, Swaminatha, I need your help. I say, okay, tell me, what do you need my help with? And then they start talking. And they talk. And they keep talking. You get my drift? And they keep talking. And they'll talk and talk. We sat down for 2 hours. I'm listening. And they're talking. All I do is listen. And the guy says, Swaminatha, thank you so much. I found that so relaxing. I found all the answers to my problems. You are a gift from God. Thank you so much. And they walk away. All I did was listen. But I listened. I listened really well. 2 years and 1 month. Talk less. Listen more. Something people struggle to do. That's because of our egos. We always want to say what we know. Say my piece. Right? When someone says something you know, is it easy to listen to them? Someone's telling you something you already know. Initial knee-jerk reaction, yeah, I know it. What's the next thing you have to say? So difficult to listen to something when you already know it. Why? Your ego. It's this voice from the inside that says, yeah, you know it, right? Let's show him that you know it. Because then you're equal. Or show him that you know more, then you're better. Always a struggle to be, it's called one-upmanship. I'm one up than you. One better than you, always. I'm one move ahead of you, always. That's foolishness, stupidity. Don't be that. Don't be that guy. Be the person who's always ears. Listen. Listen attentively, listen carefully, listen to every word you hear. You'll learn so much, folks, by listening. Just keeping your ears open and keeping your mouth shut. Keep your mouth shut as much as you possibly can. Life's problems will be halved. All the problems you've had in your life, they would have been halved if only you kept your mouth shut. But no, you had to open your mouth. You had to say your piece. That's when every problem starts. This is another word for mouth is whose box? Pandora's box. Open it and all of life's problems start flying out. Keep it shut as much as you possibly can, but keep these things open. Always listen, always pay attention. You never know what you can learn. This is not to be curious about what goes in the world, learn about politics and science and economics. No. Everything you learn, everything you observe can help you learn about yourself. Right. So now we're going to shift a little bit to talk about something else. But at home, I want you to do the rest of this, what we started. So we focus on metta. Right? Use the wind as it's a simile. See how you can be like the wind. Okay? So karuna is where, this is I said, metta is really easy to do. It's the easier out of the four. Karuna is where someone needs your help but they don't know it yet. They don't know they need your help. Think about a friend who is in trouble. They need your help but they're not willing to come and ask you for it. Sometimes it's because of their ego. They need your help, you know it, and they do too, but they're not willing to come and ask for your help because of their ego. Maybe. Or they just don't know that you can help them. Are you the kind of guy who turns a blind eye, or are you the kind of guy who walk up to them and say, hey mate, I think I can help you. Let's talk. But I expect nothing in return from you. Not I'll send you a check at the end of the month. See if you can become that kind of person. And then mudita, become a soft person. That's where sometimes you go to help them, but they start firing back at you. Who do you think I am to deserve your help? You keep your advice and stick it where the sun don't shine. People will say things like that to you. Are you the kind of guy then who fights back, who retaliates? Oh, are you the kind of person? Okay. I'm sorry to have troubled you. I wish you all the very best. And you say it meaning it. Not, You should be able to say it truthfully and wholeheartedly, meaning, okay, you just don't need my help right now, but that's okay. I want you to be well. I want you to be happy. May you find peace. Perhaps someone else will be able to offer it to you. And walk away. Be soft, because one day they'll come and ask for it again. Oh, and of course finally upeksha, which is where they don't want it. They will make it obvious to you that they don't want it. And sometimes, with mudita the difference is they'll fight back with you. They'll shout at you. They'll throw you words that might be spiteful. But you become a soft person on the inside and you are able to bear it and tolerate without fighting back. With upeksha, it's a case of they make it known to you that they don't need your help right now. Either verbally or perhaps body language, maybe. and you go and you decide, okay, maybe not today, but tomorrow. When you need it, I'll help you. Just not today, I'll help you tomorrow. I'll try tomorrow. I'll try the day after. I'll keep trying until I'm able to, until you're willing to accept my help. So think about one person at least in your life who's deserving of your support, your help, and where you can be someone who can treat them with either metta, karuna, mudita, upeksha, but with nothing expected in return. Okay, let's shift our conversation to something a little bit different. So last week we went through the doctrine, and we went back right to the basics. For those of you who were here, you'll remember how we know that we are alive. Right? It's our senses who keep bringing us these sense inputs. And then we understood that it's the sense impressions ultimately that our mind deals with. So our minds have never seen sights or sounds, smells, taste or touch. Ultimately it's a sense impression. It's not the same, and it's neither this nor that. So it's not the actual object, it's the impression of that object which the mind perceives. And then we talked about Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. So again, we don't need to go into the details of that, as I reminded you last time. You just need to know that the mind doesn't actually interact with the outside world objects. It's the impressions of the mind that the mind is really able to perceive. Now, then we went on to talk about why. Remember we talked about the whats and the whys? We talked about what you're attached to and why you're attached to. We talked about whats and the whys. So we talked about food, and we said the reason we are attached to food is because it's delicious. We talked about sights, and why we are attached to sights, we said it's because they're beautiful. Right? Smells because they're fragrant. Sounds because they're so pleasing to listen to. So we discovered that there are whys and whats, and it's because of the whys we are attached to the whats. So then we went on to talk about how the whys that we talk about, beauty, these are all lies in the eyes of the beholder, or rather the mind of the beholder. So beauty is artificial. I think this is how we talked about it. Beauty is artificial. Sweet fragrance, that's all artificial. Lovely taste, that's all artificial. Right? These are all artificial fabrications of the mind. We talked about this because otherwise two people would see the same beauty. But that's not how the world works. One thing one person finds beautiful, the other person finds ugly. One thing one person says is lovely, the other person finds disgusting. Right? So it's not an objective thing, beauty, it's a subjective thing. Right? So therefore we realized that our mind is what creates beauty, and our mind enjoys beauty because it's in a state of vexation. It's in a state of expectation, and that expectation is not a pleasant feeling. Therefore we do whatever we can to relieve ourselves from that sense of expectation. So a really simple example, just to bring back some of the examples we talked about. If you've sat for an exam, or you're waiting for a call from a friend, that's your mind in expectation, waiting for something to happen. Or you're waiting for that email to come through, your call from your last interview to say that you've got the job, right? You're waiting. These are all expectations. And when the call comes, when you get the email, when the friend calls, when the pizza arrives, you are now relieved from that expectation that the mind was in. So that is that pleasure that you experience when relief from vexation happens in the mind. Until you know and until you discover, until you realize that this is the source of pleasure, we will continue to seek pleasure from outside objects and from outside events and outside people. By outside, I mean all the things that are happening and taking place in the world. So until we realize that this is how pleasure works, this is the mechanics of pleasure, you will expect this to make you happy. You will expect to find pleasure in outside world objects, in sights, in sounds, in smells, taste and touch. So you'll expect your senses to deliver pleasure, packets of pleasure. They don't bring packets of pleasure. They bring packets of data about what's going on in the outside world, not packets of pleasure. So this is what we talked about. Then we realized that we talked about the fact that where did this expectation start? When did we start putting this expectation onto this
Sight, sound, smells, taste and touch. And that all started because someone, somewhere down the line gave us this impression that, this lovely thing here, it can bring you pleasure. They gave us that view. This is the wrong view. They indoctrined our mind. They gave us this wrong view that, hey, there's a lovely song, would you like to listen to it? The moment someone asks you this, now your mind wants to listen to it. Someone says, I've got a picture, she's a pretty girl, do you want to have a look? What do you say? No, it's alright. No, even if you would say that, your mind goes, yeah, of course, I want to look at it, I want to see it. New restaurant in town. What does your mind want to do? Go and try it out. Right, so the moment the mind is given this view that there is something new that has just come in, which is bringing with it pleasure, the mind wants to go and take it. The mind wants to go and experience it. Because where should pleasure be? Out there or with me? Not where is pleasure. That's not the question I'm asking. I'm asking you, if there is such a thing that if pleasure was real, if pleasure were real, it was a real thing, pleasure, not a fabrication of the mind, where should it be? Out there or with me? With me, of course. If this was pleasure, who here doesn't want this? I'm telling you, this is pleasure. Who here does not want this? Put your hand up. Everyone would want it. If this were pleasure, everyone would want a piece of this. At least, if you can't have the whole thing, at least can you split it up by the number of people in the room and can we all have a fair share? You would ask me. Okay? So the thing is, when someone talks to us in that way and say, hey, this is lovely. It's got a yummy taste. Have you tried betel leaf, all of you? There are some among you who have not tried the taste of this. Right? So maybe there are some among you who didn't even know. Actually, this is something edible. Well, now you do. So this is what we call bulat in Sinhala, or betel leaves. And actually this is an edible leaf. So there are some people who chew on this all day, all night. With limestone and puak. What's puak called? Areca nuts, yeah. So with a piece of that, they keep, they all day long they keep chewing on it. You'll have seen people do that. So by the way, this is edible. So if you've never tried this before, now I know how you're feeling. So I'm going to hide this just in case. It goes missing by the end of the sermon. Because the moment your mind has been informed that there's a taste out there which you haven't experienced, the mind now wants to know, because the mind is curious. And the mind has been indoctrined that pleasure lays out there. It's there. It really is there. You just need to bring it to you. This is how we've learned. All our lives we've learned that pleasure is out there. What are some of the sources of pleasure that we've learned in our lives? Give me a list. Television. What else? Food. What else? Girls. What's that? Music. Right? Sightseeing. Video games. See? We've learned all our lives that these are things that people do for fun. Right? These are things that people do for fun. Like I think last week I told you about some of the hobbies I used to have. I used to keep payphone cards. I used to collect stamps. I used to collect currencies from other countries, notes and coins. These are some of the things I used to collect. I used to play the guitar for fun. These are my hobbies. Because I expected those things and the sounds and the sights and the smells and the taste that they bring me to bring with them happiness and pleasure. Until I realized, no, they don't bring me pleasure. I create pleasure in my own self. It's not something the outside objects, outside events or things or incidents can bring to me. It's completely inborn. So this is how we've learnt, and therefore the mind immediately, if you have no understanding of the Dhamma, of what we've been talking about, how pleasure is completely inborn, when the mind does not understand this, the mind constantly seeks pleasure from the outside world. Now here's the problem. To seek pleasure from the outside world, you have to have faculties which can interact with the outside world. Right? So remember, it's the mind that wants pleasure, not your body. When was the last time your eye asked to look at a sight? When was the last time your ear asked to listen to a song? I'm not talking about your mind. When was the last time your ear said, hey, can we go listen to a song? Was it the mind that tagged the ear along, or was it the ear that tagged the mind along? The mind tagged the ear along. In fact, I've told you about this long time ago. I don't know if any of you remember. This light or this bulb that's fixed up there, right? It's got a certain lifespan. Yeah? It'll burn for a certain number of hours or days or weeks or months, and then it'll be burnt out. So if this bulb had a mouth and a voice, and you ask the bulb, hey bulb, would you rather be switched on or switched off? What might the bulb say? Switched off. Why? Lifetime. Because the longer you keep me on, the less I'll be able to live. If you keep me off, then I can, by that much, I can be alive. I can be there. But if you keep me on all the time, then after, let's say, 10,000 hours, after 10,000 hours of having been on, then it's going to burn out and you've got to throw it away. Now, doesn't the same apply to your organ, your faculties? Your eye has a lifetime. Your ear has a lifetime. Nose and all your senses have a lifetime. So if the ear had a voice, if the ear could talk, the ear would say, please, can you keep me shut? The eye would say, please, can you keep me shut? Don't use me. Because every time you use me, that takes away time from my lifespan. So really, your senses don't want to do anything. They just want to be shut. But your mind wouldn't let them be. Your mind always wants to take them, go and look for pleasure. Pleasure that it believes is out there in the outside world. So here's the problem then. When the mind expects to find pleasure in the outside world, remember the mind cannot interact with the outside world, therefore it needs these senses. The mind is what wants to look at a sight, not the eye. It's the mind that wants to look at sights, not the eye. But to look at a sight, the mind needs a pair of eyes. At least an eye. If a pair won't come, then at least you need an eye. Now when you get the eye, what did you ask the eye for? To look at? To look at? To look at what? Sights. Why? The sight is the what? What's the why? Pleasurable. But does pleasure come from the sight? True pleasure, does it come from the sight? No. So you wanted pleasure by looking at a sight, therefore you asked for an eye, or you've been born with an eye, but the eye never brings you any pleasure, therefore you've gotten yourself a rotten deal. Now that you have the eye is subject to disease, to old age. It breaks down, then you got to fix it. It needs nutriment, so you got to keep feeding it. All the cons you have to accept and you have to bear, but none of the pros that you ask for, you actually get. Did you understand what I just explained there? It was the mind, remember, that wanted sights. Why? Why did the mind want sights? Just because? No, because of pleasure. The mind wants pleasure. And the mind believes, because of wrong view, the mind believes that pleasure is in the outside world. In other words, sights. Therefore, the mind wants to see sights. But the mind can't see sights because the mind is not so sensitive. The mind can only see sense impressions. Therefore, the mind needs an eye to see a sight. The mind gets an eye. It brings sights, but never pleasure. What the mind asked for was a sight, or was rather pleasure, but what the mind actually got was simply sights, If the mind knew that sights never brought pleasure, it would never have asked for sights. Because you take away the whys, you will not ask for the whats again. Yes, sir. Hmm. Yes. Absolutely. And I'll come to that point in just a moment, because the point you raised there is the next step of what I'm gonna cover. Because an arahant wasn't born. Coming out of the mother's womb, you never find an arahant. An arahant is made. So a saint in the Buddhist philosophy is made through the practice. Once the person becomes an arahant, they never expect pleasure. Therefore, an arahant is not born again after they pass away into parinibbana. And because an arahant is never born again, they don't have a body which needs protection and therefore needs a pair of eyes. No body, you don't need eyes now to look after the body. So an arahant, until an arahant passes away, will still need his eyes, because you need to see where you're going. Otherwise you're going to trip, you're going to fall, you're going to break a neck, right? And which will bring you pain. None of us want pain. We want to be happy. So even an arahant will of course need a pair of eyes, but that is because you need to sustain your physical existence. But why was that person born in the first place? Before they became an arahant, he was just a normal person, like you and I. Why was that person born in the first place? Because the mind wanted pleasure. Remember, if you remember from last week, I explained to you how rebirth takes place. When the mind passes away, leaving attachment behind, the mind is still in vexation, and to relieve itself from vexation, it will be reborn, but the body is now broken, the body can't be mended again, and therefore it goes looking for another body. And then the mind is born again in a new body. And when that body passes away, when that body breaks, another body comes along. And then another body, and keeps going on like this. This is how the transmigrational process works. So, the mind wanted pleasure. It expected pleasure to come from the outside world. In other words, sight, sound, smells, taste and touch. This is wrong view, of course, which you understand by now. Because pleasure is not something that comes from the outside world. But the mind, taking on this wrong view, expects pleasure to come from the outside world. If it is to come from the outside world, the mind needs a faculty which can bring that pleasure. It needs a delivery driver. So this delivery driver is the eye, bringing it pleasure. So the mind thinks. That's not the truth, but so the mind thinks. But does it actually bring pleasure? Does it actually bring pleasure? No, it never brought pleasure, it never will bring pleasure. But now that the mind has been cursed with a pair of eyes, what must the mind do? It has to suffer. It has to suffer to look after the eyes. It has to suffer whenever the eyes are hurt, whenever there's a disease. Right? If you get a cyst, you will all have experienced that. If you have a cyst, on your eyelids, how painful that can be. If something gets in your eye, how painful that can be. What if when you start going blind? Right? Myopia, dystopia, all these conditions that the eye can be infected with, or the eye can contract. Then the mind goes into suffering. It didn't never ask for suffering. Asked for pleasure, but it got pain. The way I see it, right, it's a bit like this. Have you ever ordered anything from a catalog store, like a department store where they have a catalog? Right. So back in the UK we had Argos. Right. So when you go into Argos, they have a catalog at the front desk. So you turn through the pages and you pick. I want this item. You find the number and you punch it into the system, and then you place the order, and then they give you the item. So you'll all have had some experience of using a catalog store. So the way I see it, right, there's karma. This is the karmas you've done, where there's a catalog. If you ask for something, they'll give you the closest match. Like when you go into a hardware store, for instance, right? You go into the hardware, you want, let's say, 3-inch nails. You're going to do something at home, so you need nails that are 3 inches long. So you go to the hardware, you ask for it, and then they go, sir, we don't have 3 inches, so we'll give you 2.5. And they're so kind, they'll actually pack it all up and they'll give it to you, and only when you get home you realize, oh, they give me 2.5 inches. So you ring the store, sorry, we didn't have 3, but we never like to disappoint our customers. Therefore, we gave you 2.5 on the house. Okay? So they have a catalog. Similarly, this karma that you've done is also a catalog store. So here's what happened. This is what happened to you. You went and asked for pleasure. What did you ask for? You asked for pleasure. So they took the catalog. Turn through the pages. So they turned to the letter P. Because pleasure, of course, starts with P. But pleasure is not something real. Pleasure is a fabrication of the mind. You made it up. Something you made up cannot be in the catalog. It may be in your catalog, but it's not in the real catalog. So, turning through the pages, flicking through the pages, okay, P, got to P. Now it goes down the list. What? They ask you. You want what? You say pleasure. Closest I can find is pain. So I'll give you that. So they gave you the closest match. You ask for pleasure, ain't in the catalog, so they'll give you the closest that they can find in the catalog, and that was pain. And therefore, you've been born with this whole body that brings you nothing but pain. Because you see, think about it, folks, right? If sights don't bring you pleasure, what is the point of having the faculty of sight? I'm not talking about I need to be able to get about, I need to be able to take my meals, go to the toilet, take a wash. No, I'm not talking about that. Leave that to aside, because now we're talking about the physical existence. I'm not talking about that. It wasn't the body that asked for the mind. It's the mind that wanted the body. It's not your body that wanted the mind to survive. It's your mind that wanted the body to survive. The body that the mind has got now cannot give what was asked for. What was asked of it? You brought someone home. You brought a wife home. You wanted her to cook. You wanted her to look after the children. You wanted her to look after you, but she can't do any of those things. She says, now what's the point? You hire a maid. Okay? Put the wife to a side. You hire a maid. You want her to do the wash the clothes, clean the house, cook the meals, right? Do all these things. And she comes and says, I don't know how to do any of these things. But you already signed a contract. You already signed the contract. 60 years. Without checking the qualifications, you've given the job. Now for 60 years, you have to give remuneration, you have to make payment, and whether you use the maid or not, you still have to pay the person because you signed the contract. Likewise, you've been gifted. Gifted. Doesn't that send a shiver down your spine? Gifted with a body. A contract you signed for 60 years. And there's not a single part of your body that can bring you pleasure. But that doesn't stop a single part of your body from bringing you an ample amount of pain. Because remember, pleasure is not something your body can bring you. Really simple test. And you'll feel silly when I say this out loud. But I'm sorry, I have to say this. When was the last time you lifted your hand to your mouth and started kissing yourself? Or your hand or your palm, or some part of your body, you started kissing yourself? When was the last time you did that? When was the last time you did that? Never? Thankfully. Thank God you haven't done that yet. Why is that? Why? because you don't find that pleasurable. It's mad to do that, right? But then you bring another person home. You bring home a partner, then what do you do? Now you can't get enough of that person. Then you lift their arm. I'll use the arm. You can think of wherever you want, right? You take the arm and then you start kissing and doing all these things. Did that person ever do that to herself or himself? No, because they never found that pleasurable. You never did it to yourself because you never found that pleasurable. So how come then, when these two people come together, they do it to each other? If kissing the palm is pleasurable, then what must we all be doing all the time? Kissing ourselves. Because so pleasurable. Don't you think so? Why do people kiss each other? Because they found it pleasurable. For pleasure. So if kissing a part of the body is pleasurable, then why don't you kiss yourself on that part of the body? How come when you offer that part to someone else to kiss, they find it pleasurable? Well, you kiss your own bits, is what you should be saying to that person. Think about what I'm saying. And how, we've all been indoctrinated to believe that another thing, another object, be that a person, can bring us pleasure. How so? This is madness. If kissing a girl, let's say gents, if kissing a girl on this part of the body is pleasurable, then if it's because it's a girl's hand, okay? If that's pleasurable, then what must that girl be doing all the time? She must be kissing herself. Why? So pleasurable. Oh my God, this is so pleasurable. I keep kissing myself all day, I can't get enough of myself. But they don't do that. Why? Because kissing herself is not pleasurable. Because kissing that part of the body is not pleasurable. But then you extend that, you get together with someone and then you give that part to someone else to kiss, and all of a sudden they find that pleasurable. How so? Do you not realize that this is completely in the mind? And one day I remember I talked to you about this. I'll remind you again, right? How sometimes people lip kiss each other, right? Do those kind of activities. Would you ever spit on a plate and lap it back up again? Try it if you haven't. Because guess what? That's what your partner does. Get a plate, spit on it, and then put your tongue out and lap it back again. You find that disgusting? Well, guess what? Your partner finds that pleasurable. Is that not madness? It's the same person, same spit. What's changed? The way you look at it. Perspective. Madness. Because otherwise, you should be able to do that to yourself and still find it pleasurable. You should be able to spit on a plate and then lap it back up again and you might, oh, delicious. But when two people are together, right, the things that they do, madness. I don't want to go any further than this, but I want you to think about some of the other things that people do when they get together. When they form a union. The adventures that they get up to. All the places where they'll venture. I mean, that's just one orifice. But you would never do it yourself because you think that's disgusting. And yet, another person can do it on to you and they find it pleasurable. Madness or not. That's complete madness. Insanity. This is why the Buddha says, sensuality is madness. Sensuality is something that people can enjoy only when they've gone nuts. So if you're someone who seeks pleasure in sensuality, The Buddha says, you've gone nuts. Not me. That's what the Buddha says. If you don't believe him, then that's okay. Not my problem. Remember, this is someone who, as a prince, lived a sensual life. Right? So he was in the same place that you and I was. As a young prince, okay, he had a wife and he had a child. Right? So that child didn't come from space. Right? They made a child, they created life together. But the same person, having become the Buddha, realized that sensuality is completely a fabrication of the mind. It's madness. Take away that madness and now you say, that's disgusting. Look at that. I'm sorry, I have to tell you the truth. But isn't that the truth? How two people can do that to each other when they wouldn't do it to themselves? That's just mad. And even when you take food, for instance, right? The moment you put food into your mouth, what does food mix with? Saliva. You spit that same mouthful out again. Can you eat it back? Can you put that back in your mouth without at least a tiny modicum of disgust? Ooh. Okay, when it was in your mouth, how different is that to what is on your plate right now after you spat it out again? Is it any different? Not different at all. It's still food that you originally put back in, and the saliva that was already in your mouth. So it's okay to send it back. It is okay to send it down your food pipe in the first place, but put it back out and then try to take it back in again. You find that disgusting. How? Why? The constituent components haven't changed one bit. It's still the same food, it's still the same saliva, nothing's changed. The reason for that is because we have all been indoctrinated that this is what food should look like. We've been indoctrinated to think that saliva is something so disgusting. Again, that's resentment. These are feelings of disgust. Disgust is not something you find in Buddhist philosophy. There's no room for disgust in Buddhist philosophy. That's wrong. There's also no room for pleasure, because pleasure is not something that really exists. So if, for example, if you go to the toilet, or sometimes public toilets, right, when you go, sometimes the smell that you inhale, you might find that revolting. Sometimes it can get so strong, and then and at that point it becomes a physical experience more so than the smell of let's say urine or feces or whatever. Should I change the topic? Is this becoming disgusting? Well, then whose problem is it? If this is becoming disgusting, whose problem is it? It's your problem. Then deal with it. If you walk into a toilet and you've seen someone hasn't flushed, this can happen at home. It's probably you have it all day, every day. Right? Kid goes in, doesn't flush, forgets to flush. Right? Husband goes in, forgets to flush. Now, you might you might sense revolt and disgust when you see that. But you walk all day, every day with the same things inside your own body, right? Do you not all have that right now inside of you? And that's okay. When it's out there, it's disgusting. When it's inside you, it's okay. Surely it should be the other way around. Some people find blood disgusting, mucus disgusting, saliva disgusting, phlegm disgusting, spit disgusting, hair disgusting, skin disgusting, nail clippings disgusting. Where did all that come from? There is no room for disgusting in Buddhist philosophy. We've been indoctrinated to think of it in that way. These are things that people have implanted in our minds. This is disgusting. Don't look at it. Ugh. That's yeah. That's kaki. Yeah. Don't look at it. Because that is anger, resentment, aversion. Every time you feel that way, you're moving away from Nibbana. In those moments, folks, you have to be able to contemplate on what am I actually looking at. It's just a material. There's no reason to feel disgust. It's just another substance. I mean, I have plenty of it in my body. So I'm fine to walk about and, do all the things I do. Right? And, I got married to a man who has the same things in their body. And I seem to be okay with that. But the moment they put it out of the body, now I can't tolerate it. I can't bear it. Whenever there's attachment to things, you'll always find things that you will find disgusting. You like lovely smells, fragrance. That's why the smell of urine, the smell of feces, you find revolting and disgusting. That's why. Love and hate are two sides of the same coin. The day you are able to give up your attachment for fragrance, lovely smells, then that same day you will no longer feel revolting feelings or disgust towards strong, or rather unpleasant smells that you call today. You call them unpleasant today, but when that day comes, it will just be another smell. You will be able to smell a rose and be neutral to it, not attach yourself to it. You will also be able to smell urine or feces and not find yourself disgusting it. Be neutral. Neither attach nor find it disgusting. Because until such time, these outside worldly objects can take away your happiness. Isn't that what happens? If you see a dog having crapped on the street, you see that, how do you feel? Ugh. How a dog, not the dog's crap can take away your happiness. And you're okay with that? So let's come back to what I was talking about earlier. This is what we want to contemplate on. Right? The mind always sought pleasure. And it expected pleasure to come from the outside world. But now you know that pleasure doesn't come from the outside world. But hey, it's too late now. Because now you can't change. The policy is no returns and no refunds. You asked to find pleasure in sights and you got yourself a pair of eyes, which are on its path, on a course to death. Your eyes are on a course to death. Old age, illness, right? Breakdown, all of this is going to happen to every part of your body. And when it does, you have to suffer. Not mentally, physically you have to suffer. I'm not talking about the mental stuff now, I'm talking about the physical. Physically you have to suffer. So the suffering is so real, but the pleasure is fake. For fake pleasure, you've had to accept real suffering. It's like you walk into a fashion store, a designer store, you see a Gucci bag, right? You ask how much is that? It says X $1,000. So you give real money, you walk out of the store, and you to look at it on the inside, and there's a label that label says made in PRC, People's Republic of China. And you know so well that they don't make real, genuine Gucci bags in China. Not that Chinese bags are of any substandard nature. I'm just saying, you wouldn't expect a Gucci bag to be a genuine Gucci bag to have been made in China. Wherever they make it, that's where you'd expect to find it made in. But you've given genuine money expecting the real thing, but you've been given a fake. Now how would you feel about that? Won't you be feeling cheated? This is how you ought to feel, really, about what you have today gotten for yourselves. You expected true pleasure, but true pleasure is not out there. It's fake. Pleasure is fake. As simple as that. Pleasure is fake. You make it up in your own mind, but in your search of pleasure, you went expecting it. You went looking for it in sights and sounds and smells and tastes and touch. To bring them into the mind, you were given these faculties: the eyes, the ears, the nose, the tongue, and the body. But they never bring you pleasure, because they are not capable of bringing you pleasure, because pleasure does not exist out there. But that's that doesn't stop you from suffering physically now that you have gotten yourselves eyes, ears, nose, tongue and a body. So now you have to look after your eyes. You have to look after your eyes. And if you hear a loud, if you hear a bang from somewhere, first thing you cover is usually your eyes. You hear something's going, you see something going on, first thing you cover is your eyes, then your ears. You cover yourself because you want to protect them. You got to. For as long as you expect pleasure to come to you, you have to protect your eyes and your ears. And then the body, which houses these eyes, ears, nose, tongue. The body that houses this is your home. You have to protect it. So you have to feed it. You have to exercise. You have to do your yoga. You have to do your ballet, your whatever activities you get yourself up to keep yourself fit and healthy. And all these things you have to do. But the mind doesn't actually need any of these things. To survive, the mind doesn't need any of these things. Remember we talked about the Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana, they can come from 6 sources. Sight, sound, smell, taste, touch. And finally the mind can feed itself. Remember we talked about that. So if the mind can feed itself, then actually you don't need eyes, ears, nose, tongue and a body. The mind is self-sufficient. But you are not content with that. Because you are not content with the mind feeding itself, we went out asking for eyes, ears, nose, tongue and a body. Now we've got to sustain it. Now we've got to look after it. Now we've got to protect it and preserve it. So with the eye, you have to look after the eye, you have to look after the eye socket, you have to look after the skull which houses it, you have to look after your neck which supplies, which keeps it fixed to the rest of the body. You have to look after your circulatory system which supplies blood to your eyes. You have to look after your respiratory system which supplies oxygen to your eyes to keep it functioning. You have to look after your digestive system which supplies nutrients. You have to look after your lymphatic system which keeps it safe. All these things. Non-stop. But ultimately, you walked home with a fake product. Doesn't deliver. Do your eyes deliver? What you asked it to do? Does it deliver? No. Which part of your body delivers what you asked of it? From head to toe, name one part of your body that delivers what you asked of it. What your mind asked of it. Name one part. There's not a single part. Because this whole package you asked because you wanted pleasure. But not a single component, not a single part gives you pleasure, because pleasure is not something that these parts can give you. Pleasure is relief from vexation, which happens in the mind and mind alone. In the mind and mind alone. So all this package, waste. But that doesn't stop you from having to feed it. How many meals have you taken by now? Ever since you've been alive? For as long as you've been alive, how many meals have you had to feed yourself? Do you know that the mind doesn't need any of these things that you do to it? How many times have you had to wash yourself? Do you have to wash your mind? No. But the body that the mind has been cursed with, it's got to wash. What a waste. Do you not think that as being a waste? Do you not realize that having to wash yourself is a waste? Because the mind doesn't need it. The mind is self-sufficient. The mind can feed itself. The Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana, the mind can feed itself. Dhamma Rupa. Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana, the mind can keep going by itself. It doesn't need eyes, it doesn't need nose, it doesn't need a tongue, it doesn't need a body. It doesn't need any of those things. But what happened was, because it had ignoble association, asatpurusha sevane, the mind was given this idea, hey, there are such things called sights out there. There are such things called sounds and smells and taste and touch out there which bring you pleasure. What are you doing? Go get it. The mind was said. So the mind thought, if pleasure's out there, surely that's not where it should be. It should be with me. Therefore, the mind having taken on that wrong view, attached itself and then went into vexation. To relieve itself from vexation, it performed a karma. As a result of that karma, it was born in a body which you all have now. That's a really bad deal. Yes, sir. How so? Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. This is what you're doing now. Washing your mind and cleansing your mind of the defilements. This body doesn't need, the body needs to be washed. Mind doesn't need to be washed in the same way, because mind needs to be washed of the defilements that have taken over it. Of desire, aversion and delusion. Raga, dvesha, moha. But we didn't know that for a long time. Until we came across the Buddha's teaching, we didn't know that it was desire, aversion and delusion that kept us going in samsara. And for as long as we keep going in samsara, I've got myself a body, which I don't need, but I've got it, nevertheless. So now what we are doing is washing the mind. The Dhamma is the soap, and you keep washing it. So the water that you use, so I was washing my robes today, and I was thinking about, hey, I can apply this to the Dhamma. So I put my robes into water and with some powder. The water to me is like association with noble people. Because without the water, there's no point adding soap. Right? If you put soap powder and clothes, you leave it for an hour. Are you going to find the clothes free of dirt at the end of the hour? No. You need to add something else. Water. Because what does the water do? It takes the soap, permeating the fabric, right? Cleaning the fabric as it goes along. Wherever there's soil or dirt or some kind of grime or dust or whatever, it's the water that takes the detergent to the cloth. Likewise, you need the Satpurusha, which is your noble associates, which take the Dhamma to you, which bring you the Dhamma. Otherwise, the Buddha's Dhamma existed for a long time. 2,500 years he was out there. In the Tripitaka, right? But you need someone to bring it to you. This is why I said this is the most exclusive club there is. The club of noble ones, the club of Aryas. You need another member to invite you to this club, without whose invitation you can't become a member. No matter how much money you have, how much wealth, how much property, you can't become a member of this club unless you have been invited by another member. And that other member also has to be a noble one. Someone who's at least a Sotapanna. So I was thinking today as I was washing my robes, this water is like the noble companionship that I received in my life. What they did was bring the soap to me. I was the dirty cloth, the dirty fabric, with desire, aversion and delusion having soiled itself. And what the noble associates that I had in my life did was bring the Dhamma, which is the detergent, to me. So what happens then? All the soil gets washed away, the grime and the dirt, all that gets washed away. Of course, you have to leave it there for some time. It doesn't happen instantly. So you have to associate the Dhamma for a long time. And you have to be in the presence of noble ones for a long time. At least for it depends on how much dirt you have in the fabric. The more dirt you have, the longer you have to be in that companionship. But after a while, what do? You use the same water to wash away the detergent. Before you put the clothes on the clothesline, what do? You wash the detergent away. You don't keep the detergent and put the cloth on the clothesline. You wash the detergent away again with water. So again, if the detergent is the Dhamma, you use noble association to one day, after you have cleansed Raga, Dvesha, Moha, desire, aversion, delusion, now you have to get rid of the attachment to Dhamma also, which is the final thing you need to do. This is the final challenge. And then after all that's done, you put this cloth on the clothesline. And then through the sun's heat, the water also evaporates. So you no longer need noble association, because you have done what it is you need to achieve. And then you're left with a dry cloth. That is the nature of an Arahant's mind. An Arahant does not need noble association. Even if you're an anagami, who's a once or a non-returner, you still need noble association. As per the Buddha's teaching, you need to be in the presence of noble people if you want to become someone who's noble, until you have completed this journey. Okay, so what we're going to reflect on now, we'll do that again for a short while, is to reflect on the fact that the mind expecting sight, sound, smells, taste and touch. Let's take one for example, and the rest we can do later on, because we are short of time, right, for these meditation sessions. I wish we had more time, but what I wish is not what I get. Okay, so whose loss? Of course, my loss. Right? So that's okay, because what I want you to do is really, I don't expect you to achieve wonders when you're here. What I want you to do while you're here is learn, so you can, when you get back, you can practice at leisure. Okay, when you're back home, I want you to practice this. So here's what we're going to do for a short while. Reflect on how the mind, being ignorant, expected pleasure to come from the outside world. Right? So we know that the mind expects pleasure to come from the outside world. But that is an ignorant mind. A wise mind does not expect that. For as long as ignorance prevails in our mind, we'll expect pleasure to come from the outside world. Now I hope, because I'm seeing some new faces today, I hope you've all been listening to these sermons. Otherwise, what I say now probably sounds like Greek to you. Pleasure from inside the mind, not from outside? What are you talking about, Swami? So I can't go into explaining the detail now, because then we will not be able to get through anything today. So this is why I urge you to listen to the sermons. Hopefully you've been listening to them. And at least come along to 1 or 2 sermons at least before you come along to the meditation sessions. Otherwise, you will not be able to follow. I will guarantee that. You will not be able to understand what I'm talking about. So, what we're going to reflect on is the nature of the mind is to expect, an ignorant mind expects pleasure to come from the outside world. By the outside world we mean sight, sound, smells, taste and touch, but we're going to focus on sights for now. In the need for sights to bring us pleasure, the mind was cursed with a pair of eyes. Now that the mind has been given a body with a pair of eyes, the mind is now left to protect and preserve the eyes, which ultimately has not delivered anything that it asked for. Because remember, the mind did not attach to sights because they are sights. The mind attached to sights because they were beautiful, or it thought it was beautiful, for the purpose of pleasure. Seeking pleasure, it attached to sights. But pleasure does not come from sights. Now it's got a pair of eyes it has to look after, it has to cater to, it has to attend to, it has to wash and clean and dress and all these things the mind has got to do now. What a waste. What a waste. Complete waste. Think about how many hours you spend a day attending to your bodily needs. How many hours do you spend in the toilet? How many hours do you spend brushing your teeth? How many hours do you spend sleeping? All of this is waste of time, folks. And I don't suggest, of course, don't do it now because you have to. But the mind has no benefit out of doing any of these things. The mind gains nothing out of doing all of these things. How many hours do you eat? How many hours do you cook so that you can eat? How many hours then do you have to sleep so you can digest what you have just eaten? Right? How many hours do you go shopping? Your groceries, clothes, right? And then go to work so you can earn the things that you need, earn money so you can feed yourself, give yourself shelter. How long did you spend building your house? How long did you spend working so you can buy yourself a car? The mind doesn't need any of these things. But just consider how many years of your life have you spent catering to the needs of your body, which ultimately does not deliver. That's like getting married to a wife who was paralyzed the moment you brought her home. Can she deliver any of the things you expected of her? Can she talk with you? No, she's completely paralyzed now. She can't talk with you. She can't go to the park with you. Right? She can't eat with you. She can't go to the restaurant with you. She can't be with you. She can't do any of the things you wanted her to do when you got married to her. Now she's paralyzed. So, but that does not stop you from having to attend to her. You still got to feed her, you got to wash her, you got to take her to the doctor. All of those things you have to do. But does she give you anything in return? Absolutely nothing. Isn't that where you are left now? With a body that does not give your mind a single thing. It does not deliver. But that does not stop the mind from having to spend valuable human life. Valuable human life the mind has to spend, which actually the mind could have spent trying to deliver itself to attain Nibbana. The mind could have spent that time doing something worthwhile, but actually the mind has to spend doing that. Her mind has to spend that time doing something completely useless from the mind's perspective. I know what I'm saying sounds quite heavy. It's quite profound, and if you've not been listening to the sermons, I doubt many of you will have understood what I'm just saying. But I'm seeing new faces that come along to the meditation sessions. Clearly they are more popular than the sermons. But what can I do? Because I want to help you find salvation. Just because I see a new face, I can't help you. I can't get you sat down here and then teach you how to be a good person, how to be a good mother, how to be a good father, how to be a good brother or a sister. That's not what Dharmayai is about. We are exclusively for aspirants of Nibbana. That is our purpose. So hopefully, although I'm seeing new faces here today, I'm hoping that you have been listening to the sermons and what I explained to you has made some sense at least. If you've come along without having listened to the sermons, then all I can say is I'm sorry. I can't go back to the basics. Right back to the basics. Last week was about going back to the basics. Okay? So I'm assuming that you have been listening to the sermons and you are coming here today to practice what you have learnt. Okay? So let me just quickly summarize what I said before. The mind wanted pleasure, having been indoctrined by the sayings of someone else, some other ignoble association, asatpurusha sevane. The mind took on this view that pleasure is actually in the outside world, and then it went looking for it. By the outside world we mean sight, sound, smell, taste and touch. Now when the mind needs sights, the mind can't go and bring sights, it needs a faculty that can deliver sights to the mind. So therefore a pair of eyes. Much the same like the mind needs a pair of ears, otherwise it can't go and get sounds, right? So these are all faculties that help bring these sense inputs from the outside world. Again, still, remember the mind has taken on this wrong view that pleasure comes from the outside world. That is wrong. Of course you should know that by now, right? This is wrong. Pleasure does not come from the outside world. Pleasure only comes from relief from vexation. So, now the mind has been endowed with this body, which has a pair of eyes, which has a pair of ears, which has a tongue, which has a nose, which has the rest of the body, but never delivering what it asked, never delivering pleasure, but that does not stop all the pain that the body brings upon the mind. Now what a waste that is. What a waste. So all the hours you have spent in all your life looking after this thing, I'm pointing at this thing, you point at your thing. Okay? All the time you've spent looking after this thing, all the times you've had to go to the doctor, all the injections you've had to take, all the times you had to brush your hair, all the times you had to wash your face, brush your teeth, feed yourself, cook, go to school, get a job, build a house. Oh my God. What a waste of time. What a waste of time. Just think back into your lives, folks. Do you not see how your life was wasted? All of those things was a waste of time. Because all those things you did for the upkeep, for the maintenance and the sustenance of this body, which the mind doesn't need. Because the mind is self-sufficient. But you took on that wrong view that was given by someone. Association with an ignoble person. Your mind took on this view, hey, pleasure, it's out there, let's go find it. Then you went looking for it. Now you've been cursed. I hope the gravity of what I'm trying to express to you is sinking with you. I hope it is. I really hope it is. Okay, so let's reflect on that. If this didn't make sense, then for those who this didn't make a lot of sense, right? I don't want to leave you in despair. I want you to think about the second part of what we talked about before. So we discussed metta, karuna, right? This is where someone needs your help but doesn't know that they need your help. How would you approach that kind of person and help them figure out that they need your help, but still you help them without expecting anything in return? For those of you who understood the second part of what I explained, then reflect on that. But if you struggled with that, it's okay. You will understand if you start listening to the sermons. You can reflect on the second part of what we did in the first half of the day. Yes, sir. Oh, yes. So we did that last week. Yeah. Oh, you mean today? Okay. Yeah. So I was thinking maybe at least once a couple of months we will do that. So we'll. The thing is, the online we can only release the audio, but usually to explain that, at least you need some kind of board so you can write it down and help people to make sense of it. Because if videos or photos get out there, then I'll have problems. In other words, people, they'll not let me be. I won't be able to go out, being nobody. If someone becomes popular, what happens? Everyone goes after them. Right? If you find a popular figure, everyone wants their biography. Can you give me a biography? Or rather, autograph. Everyone wants an autograph. I don't want to ask for problems. I like being by myself, being alone. This suits me. So this is why we sometimes remind you, please don't let images and videos go out there. Right? Please respect our privacy, because this is our privacy is really important to us. Being detached from the outside world. Because when, some of the things that, of course, when these English sermons start to get out on the internet, in the future there'll be a lot of people who will start visiting the monastery. I think that will happen in the next 5 to 10 years. A lot of foreigners will start coming to the monastery, because they'll, people who come and say, the sermon you gave is just so logical. It made sense with me. All this time we were listening to the Buddha, how he walked on the lotuses as he was born, right? All these things, fantasy world. But now you're talking sense, Swami. So we begin to understand that what the Buddha taught was the science of the mind, because that science appeals to the intellectual mind. Right? So in the future we'll have a lot of people who come to us from other countries. So then it's going to become very busy. And I don't like to be busy, because I'm already busy. I'm already busy with myself. How so? Contemplating, reflecting, trying to rid myself of the defilements that have taken over my mind. So for that I need my time, and time is precious to me, and being alone is precious to me. So for that purpose we can't get the video footage of the doctrine out onto the internet, but the audios we make available. However, I have found that there's a way that we can use a trackpad or similar to perhaps draw the images or the what I need to put on a board, and then maybe stream that onto an online video. So I'm going to try that in a future session. But then it becomes less interactive to you, because it's not the same like looking at a whiteboard. So I think we've got the material for that now, the hardware that we need for it. So I can draw on the trackpad, and then the impression of that is on a screen, so which we can then stream. But how effective that is to the audience, which is who's in front of me, is yet to be tested. Because I want to cater to your needs, because you've taken the trouble to be here. You've made the effort to be here. So that is not something I can take lightly and just say, hey, we're talking to the foreign audience, not you. I can never forgive myself for thinking like that. You're important just as much as they are. Okay, so, but come along to those sessions whenever you can. It's always good to keep talking about the doctrine, because that is what we need to really get grips with. So that's how we did that last week. I think the previous week I informed you of that, and we'll do it again in a future session. Okay, right. So I'm conscious of time. Before we conclude today's session, then let's take a moment to reflect on what I just talked about there. Reflecting on the fake pleasure that we went after, pleasure that was all a fabrication of the mind. We went looking for it out there, and then we got this, asked for pleasure, they looked it up on the catalog, and there's no such thing as pleasure in the catalog, because it's fake. You can't find pleasure in the catalog. The closest they could find was pain. It starts with the same letter. So they gave pain, and now this is what we've got. So now we have to endure the pain, but not receiving any of the things that we asked for in the end. So reflect on the futile nature of that. How we've dug ourselves a great big fat hole. We are responsible for our own suffering today. And that's good. Because if we are responsible for our own suffering, then the path to salvation also lay with us. What if you are responsible for my suffering? I'm screwed then. Thankfully, I'm responsible for my own suffering, and you are responsible individually for your own suffering. Therefore, given the path to liberation, we can all walk that path, and we can all achieve our liberation. Okay, so let's take a moment to reflect on that. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa.
Nibbana, healed with the ultimate bliss of Nibbana, healed with the ultimate bliss of Nibbana. May I and all beings in all worlds be healed with the ultimate bliss of Nibbana, healed with the ultimate bliss of Nibbana, healed with the ultimate bliss of Nibbana. May I and all beings in all worlds be healed with the ultimate bliss of Nibbana, healed with the ultimate bliss of Nibbana, healed with the ultimate bliss of Nibbana. Okay. By the way, for those of you who are new to meditation, there's not really a right or wrong posture to be sat in or stood in. Not in the meditation that we do. As long as you are able to contemplate on what you ought to contemplate, then it doesn't matter whether you're sat down or you're stood up or you have your eyes open or your mouth open, it really doesn't matter. We do sit down in a certain posture, but that's only because you can sit like that for a long period of time. So if you can see Lakkanada Mahandru, he sat down in the lotus posture. It's also the posture that you'll see a lot of Buddha statues. That's because it was a posture that yogis, even in the times that predated the Buddha, found that if they could compose themselves into that kind of posture, then you can be sat like that for a long period of time without your body starting to feel aches and pains, because it increases the surface area, essentially. So both your thighs and your buttocks are spread evenly, and therefore the weight of your body is spread evenly on a larger surface area, which reduces the pressure on a single point. Then there is also some science behind the chakras and how they function, but essentially the point I want to get across to you is, it doesn't matter what posture you're sat in, as long as it's a comfortable posture. But if you want to try meditating on standing on one leg, then be my guest, but you probably will start to find that very uncomfortable pretty soon. So try to be sensible about your posture, and perhaps also the kind of attire that you, or the clothes that you choose to meditate in. If it's a loose-fitting clothing, then that's more comfortable than something that's tight. And also, if you're trying to meditate after a heavy meal, then that's not going to work out so well, because your body's throwing all the blood that is circulating around the system, focusing it on your digestive system. So the power the energy that your brain needs to keep you awake is simply not present then. So these are just some things that you have to bear in mind. Otherwise, the meditation can be quite difficult. But ultimately, all you need to do really is to focus on not one object. The meditation that we do is to contemplate, reflect. Like how you think about a problem. When you have a math problem, right? Someone says, right, here's a math problem, solve it. You don't look at one number and concentrate, right? 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. That doesn't solve the problem. You have to work through the problem. Meditation is working through a problem. The problem of suffering. Why did I get myself into this? How do I remove myself from it? So it's working through a problem. It's the analytical thinking. That's what meditation is. Using the doctrine, applying it to your life experiences so that it becomes real to you. That's what meditation is. It doesn't matter what posture you're in, as long as it's a comfortable posture. But it's a very active thing. It's not a passive thing, meditation. It's not about keeping your mind fixed on one object. There are those schools of thought, but that's not the meditation that we do at this monastery. What we do here is to contemplate on what we discussed and applying it into your life
asking yourself the question, why am I suffering? How can I be happy? What did Swami Nuhansu just explain before? How do I apply that into my life? Is that really the path of happiness? Path to happiness? So these questions you keep pondering over, and the answers will become obvious. So something that came to mind while I was reflecting on the Dhamma right now is, just think about all the things that you own for a moment, okay? So today all I own are my robes and my alms bowl, right? But I used to own a lot of things. The sad matter of fact is, everything that you own, actually all you have to do is to get the true sense of that, switch you and things in that sentence. Everything that you own, switch you and things. Those things own you. That is the truth. You might say, I am the boss of the company. I am the chief executive officer. I own this company. This is my company. The company owns you. Where do you spend most of your time? Where do you spend most of your life? What are most of the things you do on a day-to-day basis? Tending to the needs of the shareholders, looking after its accounts, looking after the staff, right? Looking after your products, looking after your customers. The company owns you. What if you are the president of the country? What if you're king? You think you own the country? No, the country owns you. The more things you own, hey, they own you. If it's as simple as something like a watch, you say, I own my wristwatch. No, the wristwatch owns you. Because now who has to look after it? Who's got to take care of it? Who's got to clean it? Who's got to take it to the mechanic when it stops working? They own you. You don't own them, they own you. So all the things you own in your life, if you put them all together, they are all shareholders in your life. They all own bits of your life. Your wife owns part of your life. Your children own part of your life. Your house owns part of your life. Your car owns part of your life. My question is, at the end of the day, what do you have for yourself? I do feel sorry for you sometimes. I really do. Because I see my old self in you, who I used to be. Living this rat race of a life, thinking that all these things if I own, I just keep bringing more things to me, right? Increasing my wealth, increasing all the things that I own. More. The more you go, all those things ultimately become shareholders in you. Then what's left for you? The more friends you have, well, people make it a target, a goal in their life to have X many friends on their Facebook. I have to have more friends than my other friends on Facebook. Now every friend you have on Facebook, they own part of your life. Because now who goes on their profiles, clicking, watching, looking at their photos, pressing the like buttons, putting those comments, right? Reading their walls and looking at all the post updates that come on your wall. Have you not set aside part of your life to each of the friends that you have on Facebook? Either knowingly or unknowingly, it happens. So human life that you have now given away freely. Freely. Wow. How you undermine the value of your life baffles me. I hope this is making sense. I hope the gravity of what I'm trying to explain to you is making sense, folks. Everything that you own ultimately owns you. The less you own, the more free you are. Because then, all that time you have for yourself to find your liberation, to find true happiness. And something else that I was thinking about. Hardly do we ever come across people who get together and where It's, they're never, neither of the parties have ever been in another relationship, right? It's first love. Hardly do we come across people like that. Generally, people have been in several relationships and then ultimately they decide to get together, right? Do you not realize that the person that you have just brought into your life and decided, hey, this man, this woman, she's everything in the world to me. The previous day, she was trash to somebody else. So when they did, you did. If value exists in that person, then guess what? You would never be able to have gotten into that relationship. Why? Because the previous owner of that, or the previous person that was in that relationship, would never have let go of that person. But what became someone else's trash became your treasure. One man's treasure is another man's trash. I used to go looking for treasure in other people's trash. Someone come hit me, please. I used to go looking for treasure in other people's trash. You buy a car. To you, new car. Someone else, trash. Besides, right? The only reason that you can give someone else something in exchange for something else is because they value what you're giving them more than what they're giving up. Now tell me, is value something that is part of the object? If that were so, why are they willing to give up something else in exchange for what you have to offer them? What you're valuing is what you're taking from them. But to them, what they're getting from you is more valuable than what they're giving you. If value was something that was objective, you would never be able to barter. You would never be able to exchange. You would never be able to give money in return for something else. Yes or no? All of life's facts point to the truth, except you wish to look the other way. All of life facts are trying to teach you the truth, but you wish to turn a blind eye. Open your eyes, folks. Open your eyes to the truth. Otherwise it's going to be too late. Think. This is what we need to contemplate on. The reality of life. The things that we never spent any time thinking about. We just took other people's word as gospel, and then we went, did the things that they said, the things that they expected us to do. Never stop to think, am I doing the right things? Am I walking the right path? Never stop to ponder, never stop to think. And look at where it's gotten you. I stop to think. This is why I'm here. You're beginning to stop to think. That's why you're here. Good. Good. But don't stop. Think about those things I shared with you. It's just thoughts that came to my mind. You will have had similar thoughts, or something along those lines maybe, or something completely different. But they're all valuable things to reflect on. Right? One man's treasure is another man's trash. If value is in the object, then no one would be willing to give up anything in return for something that you have to offer them. So value cannot be something in the object. It is always subjective, never objective. Why then do we go looking for value and pleasure in objective or in objects? You're never going to find it. A vexatious mind will always give value to whatever that can relieve itself from vexation. Reflect. Okay, so we'll bring the session today to a close then. The Aryamaita, is it in English or Sinhala today? Could someone remind me, please? English? So I'll chant the Aryamaita, and I'd like you all to reflect on that. And as you do, please expound the feelings of compassion. So we talked about metta, loving kindness to all sentient beings, reflecting on the fact that they're all destitute in despair, right? Your parents who've not come across this teaching, your children who've not come across this teaching, your siblings who've not come across this teaching, your teachers who've not come across this teaching, every man and woman and child who's not come across this teaching are still looking for pleasure in the outside world. Shocking. When will they find it? When will they find it? Never find it. But will they stop looking? Not until they come across the Buddha's teaching. So our hope and our prayer really is, may they be able to do that. Just as much as I have been able today to find solace in the Buddha's teaching, to find refuge in the Buddha's teaching, may all beings in all worlds be able to seek that. That is what we do when we reflect on the Aryamaita. Okay, so we'll do that for a moment, and then we'll transfer merits and bring the sermon to a close. May I and all beings in all worlds be freed from the fire of birth, freed from the fire of decay, freed from the fire of illness, freed from the fire of death, freed from the fire of sorrow, freed from the fire of lamentation, healed with the ultimate bliss of Nibbana, healed with the ultimate bliss of Nibbana, healed with the ultimate bliss of Nibbana. May I and all beings in all worlds be freed from the fire of suffering, freed from the fire of discontentment, freed from the fire of exhaustion, freed from the fire of disappointment, freed from the fire of clinging on to the five aggregates, healed with the ultimate bliss of Nibbana, healed with the ultimate bliss of Nibbana, healed with the ultimate bliss of Nibbana. May I and all beings in all worlds be freed from the suffering of samsara, freed from the disease of samsara, freed from the fear of samsara, freed from the fire of samsara, freed from the flames of samsara, freed from the sorrow of samsara, freed from the lust of samsara, freed from the clutches of samsara, healed with the ultimate bliss of Nibbana, healed with the ultimate bliss of Nibbana, healed with the ultimate bliss of Nibbana. The karma worlds are in despair. May I and all beings be freed from the karma worlds. The rupa worlds are in despair. May I and all beings be freed from the rupa worlds. The arupa worlds are in despair. May I and all beings be freed from the arupa worlds. All worlds are in despair. May I and all beings be freed from all the worlds. Nibbana is the only salvation. May I and all beings attain Nibbana. Nibbana is the only salvation. May I and all beings attain Nibbana. Nibbana is the only salvation. May I and all beings attain Nibbana. Letting go is the only salvation. May I and all beings let go. Detachment is the only salvation. May I and all beings be detached. Being freed is the only salvation. May I and all beings be freed. Nibbana is the only salvation. May I and all beings attain Nibbana. Nibbana is the only salvation. May I and all beings attain Nibbana. Nibbana is the only salvation. May I and all beings attain Nibbana. May I and all beings in all worlds be freed from the bondage of lust, freed from the bondage of aversion, freed from the bondage of delusion, freed from the bondage of Mara, healed with the eternal bliss of Nibbana, 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 healed with the eternal bliss of Nibbana. Okay. Don't forget your 15 minutes every day. You know, if it was medicine for diabetes, would you ever forget to take it? You know the answer. But this is medicine to save you from samsara, to save you once and for all. So why do you forget that? You don't forget your diabetes pills, you don't forget your high cholesterol pills, you don't forget your high blood pressure pills, but yet you so easily forget 15 minutes. The pill to save you from all suffering. It's easy to do, therefore it's easy not to do. I trust that you are all not like that. I trust that you all take your pills every day, and I trust that you are as eager for your salvation as I am about yours. Okay? Is that okay? Is that a fair assumption? Have I misplaced my trust? I hope not. Okay, let us transfer the merits and bring the session to a close. For those of you who are not familiar with what this transferring of merits business is all about, right? There may be some to whom this is foreign, to whom this is new. It's a method that the Buddha has taught us to help other beings to rejoice in good deeds that we've done. You can transfer merits every day. If you help a lady cross the street, you can transfer merits, because what you've done is a meritorious deed. It's a wholesome deed. It's a good thing to do. It's a great thing to do. And when you do so, there's a positive energy that you have just generated. And there are a lot of beings that you can't necessarily see. So sometimes there are beings that you can't see who need that energy. Because some of these beings that we speak of are in very sorry states, and they're in the woeful planes, some of them, as demons and spirits who are unable to fend for themselves. And they are beings who need merits that have been done by others, but what they can do is rejoice in those merits. So what you can do is, when you've done a good deed, in your mind all you have to do is wish, pass on that merits. You don't have to go to anywhere to do it, you can just do it internally in your own mind. Right? So all those beings who are out there, remember we talk about how we've come a long way in samsara, our parents in our past births. Some of them may today be in the woeful planes. They may be needing of merits. So what we need to do is, whenever we've done a good deed, and it's not just something you have to do when you come to the temple. You can do it all day, every day. Whenever you do something good, if you offer someone a glass of water, you can transfer merits. What I do as a habit is, every night before I go to bed, all the meritorious deeds I've done throughout the day, I transfer those merits. To whom? First, to all the members of the Mahasangha, passing on from the time of the Buddha in his lineage, because it is thanks to them that I have the Dhamma today to help me save myself. To my Guru Hamdro, and to all the other monks who are resident at this monastery, to all the Anagarikas who would work tirelessly to keep this towards the upkeep of this place. And then you guys also, because it's you who feed me, who clothe me, who give me shelter. And sometimes when I transfer merits, I can, mental images of you come into my mind, because usually I don't see a lot of people, and nowadays during Guru Hamdro's sermons I don't get to come to the Dharma hall either for security reasons. So the only people I actually get to see per week are you guys. I don't get to see any other people, except for members of the Punyabhare, the charity trust, who sometimes come up to talk to us. The only other members of the public that I see are literally you, when you come to the monastery on a Sunday. Right? So when I transfer merits to all the devotees of the monastery, the faces that come to mind are you guys. So I transfer merits to you all. And I hope that you all are able to rejoice in those merits, and if there are any hindrances that have kept you thus far to reaching your goal of attaining Nibbana, may those hindrances be removed from your path, so that you can achieve the state of blissfulness as soon as possible. So I transfer those merits to you. And then my parents in this birth, all the parents I've had in my last births, in my previous births, and all the men and women who struggle day and night to keep the country working, to keep the country going, to save our country from foes, and to keep the country safe. And the devas, invisible, yes, but they're all there doing whatever they can to help me walk this path. So I do a transfer. It takes me about 2 or 3 minutes every day, but I do it every day without fail. So it's not, again, consistency is the name of the game. You can't, if you don't do it today, then you don't do it twice tomorrow. That's not the way to go about this. Do it every day. Doesn't have to be big portions. Little portions, that's fine. If a minute is all you can dedicate towards transferring merits, that's fine. Do it for a minute. Not 2 minutes tomorrow because you don't do it today. That's not how to go about it. So get used into the habit of transferring merits. You won't realize how much it can positively affect your path. But if you do it, then you will do it, and you will realize. Sadhu, sadhu. And everyone. There are lots of people because of whom you are able to be here today. Right? Some of you come here early and you arrange the seating so others can come and sit here. There are some who bring tea and coffee and things like that, so that you can, be refreshed at the end of a session. So, all of those people, some people come and, they may be monks, they may be anagarikas, and there may be those among you who arrange this event so that you can come here every day, get the transport ready, get the communications out there. Right? So pass on those merits to each other as well, as much as the monks and anagaris as well. It's the gift of giving. The Buddha says, passing on merits is also a meritorious deed. It's kind of like buy one, get one free. You've done the good deed already, now you transfer the merits to good deeds. It's buy one, get one free. Okay, so let's transfer merits and we'll bring the sermon to a close. First and foremost, let us take a moment to reflect once again on the fact that it's because of the Supremely Enlightened One and His infinite compassion that we have the gift of Dhamma today. It is also members of the Mahasangha, the Bhikkhu, Bhikkhuni, Upasaka, Upasikas, who since time immemorial dedicated their lives to protecting and preserving the Dhamma and passing it down to us in the form of the Tripitaka, in which we can study, analyze and understand and comprehend the Buddha's teaching, and therefore walk the path to our own salvation. May they all be able to rejoice in the merits that we have all acquired today, as well as any of the Mahasangha, any of the members of the Mahasangha who are today dedicating their lives to practicing the path, as well as making the Buddha's teaching available to all sentient beings so that they may find their own liberation. Let us also not forget in this moment the members of the Mahasangha, the Swamin Wahansis, as well as the nuns who may be resident in your local temples and nunneries, although you have come along here today to make offerings to the Buddha, Dhamma and the Sangha, to listen to this sermon and so on. Let us not forget for a moment that it is the members of the Mahasangha who are resident in your local temples and local villages and so on, who have always been by your side through thick and thin, come rain or shine, who have been with you through times of atrocities and helped you and supported you in any way and shape that they could. These are the very people who have also dedicated their lives to the Dhamma, but today they have set aside some of that time to help you. It also may be where you send your children to the Hampasal and so on and so forth. So may they all be able to rejoice in the merits that we have all acquired today. May through the power of these merits, if any of them today have been born in the woeful plains, they be able to redeem themselves and be born in the blissful plains. And may through the power of these merits, they abstain from the unmeritorious deeds, fulfill the meritorious deeds, fulfill the noble eightfold path, and attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Let us also take a moment to transfer merits to the Devas, Brahmanas, spirits, demons and the dead that we invited at the start of this sermon, as well as anyone and everyone who might have been part and parcel of your life in this infinitely long journey in samsara, mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, uncles, aunts, nephews, nieces, grandparents and so on and so forth, employers, employees, teachers and other people, husbands, wives, in whatever capacity anyone and everyone might have supported you, helped you, assisted you, lead a better life, become a better person. May they all be able to help. May they all be able to rejoice in the merits that we have all acquired today. May through the power of these merits, if any of them have been born in the woeful plains, be able to redeem themselves and be born in the blissful plains. And may through the power of these merits, they abstain from the unmeritorious deeds, fulfill the meritorious deeds, fulfill the noble eightfold path, and attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Let us also take a moment to transfer merits to all those members of your family who are alive and well today. That may be your parents, that may be your siblings, that may be your members of your family. May they all be able to rejoice in the merits that we have all acquired today, as well as those of your colleagues who you may be employed with. It is they who have today taken on part of your burden, part of the duties and responsibilities that you are due to deliver. They have taken it on their own shoulders and therefore freed you of such duties and responsibilities, at least for a short period of time, so that you could come here today, attend to these sessions and seek your liberation. So what they have done is a hugely meritorious deed, and what they have done is a huge dedication and commitment towards your liberation. So may they all be able to rejoice in the merits that we have all acquired today. May through the power of these merits they be able to abstain from the unmeritorious deeds, fulfill the meritorious deeds, fulfill the noble eightfold path, and attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Let's also take a moment to transfer merits to the members of the armed forces who fought a long and bloody war in Sri Lanka, and as a cause of which today we are able to live in a free country, as well as those men and women who supported to free our country and fought in the recent calamities that we had to experience, who might have lost their lives, either friend or foe, in whatever capacity they might have been affected and inflicted through the recent troubles that we had in the country. May they all be able to rejoice in the merits that we have all acquired today, as well as those men and women and children who might have lost their lives in natural disasters such as the tsunamis, earthquakes, hailstorms, and so on and so forth, not just in Sri Lanka but also in other parts of the world. If any of them have today been born in the woeful planes, may they be able to rejoice in these merits and be able to redeem themselves from the woeful planes and be born in the blissful planes, not forgetting for a moment that all these beings will one day have been a mother to us, will one day have been a father to us. In that thought, in that sentiments, let us transfer the merits that we have acquired to them. May through the power of these merits they be born in the blissful planes, and may through the power of these merits they abstain from the unmeritorious deeds, fulfill the meritorious deeds, fulfill the noble eightfold path, and attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. And finally, let us also take a moment to transfer merits to the many people who have made this event a success today. Some of them present here today, others not so. People who regularly listen to these sermons, perhaps from other parts of the world, and who are involved in spreading this Dhamma to all parts of the globe, either in its audio form, in its original forms, or in transcribing these sermons in written form so that it becomes more accessible to other people. In whatever capacity, people, men and women, will have helped make this event a success, either by organizing this event, helping you be present here today, ushering you to a seat or offering you a glass of water, giving you the opportunity to join this sermon in whatever capacity, shape or form they will have contributed towards it. May they all be able to rejoice in the merits that we have all acquired today, and may through the power of these merits they be able to abstain from the unmeritorious deeds, fulfill the meritorious deeds, fulfill the noble eightfold path, and attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. And finally, may through the power of all these merits that we have all acquired today throughout the day, and in making offerings to the Buddha, Dhamma and the Sangha, all men and women just like yourselves throughout the world who are aspiring to attain the bliss of Nibbana be able to do so, and may through them we be able to witness the advent of many hundreds of thousands of Arahatun Vahanses and Arahat Mehenin Vahanses in this blessed land in our very lives itself. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. And finally, may you and I and everyone who has helped make this a success, contributed in any way, shape or form, be able to become one of those Arahatun Vahanses, be able to become one of those Arahatun Mehenin Vahanses in these very lives itself, and in the era of the Gautama Supreme Buddha itself. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. The members of the Mahasangha will now transfer their blessings to you. Raga ginnen midatva, Dvesha ginnen midatva, Moha ginnen midatva, Nibbana parama sukhayen Sukhita taravetva, Nibbana parama sukhayen Sukhita taravetva, Mamada siyalu loka siyalu satvayo, Nibbana parama sukhayen Sukhita taravetva, Nibbana parama sukhayen Sukhita taravetva, Nibbana parama sukhayen Sukhita taravetva. Tunruwange suvisi ananta mahaguna velen silu loka silu satyoma Nibbana parama sukhayen Sukhita taravetva. May I and all beings in all worlds be freed from the fires of desire. May I and all beings in all worlds be freed from the fires of aversion. May I and all beings in all worlds be freed from the fires of delusion. May I and all beings in all worlds attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana. May the Noble Triple Gem be with you all forever. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.